As everyone I think knows, we are going to be live streaming this event. So we had 68 views on our Formula One we did the other night. 68. Yeah, man. We expect to have 680.
Get your big old pile on
Don't scratch your butt.
Hi, everybody. I'm hearing the background. I'm not hearing me.
Hi, everybody.
Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah, it is. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I didn't realize the delay was that long on the live stream. So we are here at Motown Raceway in Modesto, California, and we're getting ready to run our 3-race class of the day, which we typically do. The first race will be for Group 5, the second race will be for Formula 1, and the third race will be for Revo slot combined. And what we're going to do, the first race of the day that we always race here, today being Group 5, is qualifying, and then the mains are sorted by qualifying. So the fastest cars are in the A, next fastest are in the B, and so on. You don't have to be in the A to win the race. It's still overall laps out of any main, but it's sorted by the fastest cars of the day. The second class today will be for Formula 1, which is NSR and Scale Auto combined. We run them with NSR drivetrain, so they're the same car in terms of speed, the difference just being the chassis. And that race will be run in 2 groups. The Pro group and the Expert group will run round robins, but they will be separated. So it'll be the first race of Formula 1 will be the Expert group of F1, and then the second group will be the Pro group. And we'll probably take a lunch break before that or somewhere in there. So when we're down for lunch, we'll probably be, the track will be on. You'll see cars running around for a while. And then the last race of the day is for Revo Slot GT2 and Group 2 sedans. And right now we're running them combined. So you pick the one you want, and that's the car you race. So it's kind of like IMSA or Le Mans, where the GT cars and the sedans will run together, and there'll be separate podiums for each class. So that's the format that we run at Motown Raceway. First Saturday, typically first Saturday and third Sunday, and then we alternate the class. If you go on the Motown group on Facebook, Motown Raceway on Facebook, you'll see all the information there. And we're live streaming this on my channel, NorCal Slot Car Scene, because of for you guys out there. We have 4,500 subscribers right now at NorCal Slot Car Scene. So this will eventually, and I think probably the next race or maybe the race after, will go to Motown's own YouTube channel. So that is, what's the site for YouTube? Motown Slot Car Raceway?
Where we're at right now?
No, the YouTube site. Yours.
Motown Slot Car Racing.
Motown Slot Car Racing, because there's an old legacy YouTube channel from the previous owners. So Motown Slot Car Raceway, search that in YouTube and you'll find it. They live stream the 24 scale racing Friday night, so that's already on there. And typically the 24 scale racing is on Friday night, almost every Friday night. And the 32nd scale is, like I said, first Saturday and third Sunday. So we're getting ready to qualify the Group 5 cars. We've got, let's say, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13 cars entered in Group 5, and we're just about ready to qualify. Kiwi Mike is the first one up. Ted S.E. is the first one up. Kiwi Mike's on deck, and I think we're just about ready to go. Do I just click start?
No, Ted's not ready.
Ted S.E., you are...
Ted, you're up. Driver's meeting, no?
Not right now.
Not right now. All right, come on, Marshall.
We've got 13 entries of this class, and this is Group 5, Racer Sideways Group 5 with spec motors, spec gearing. We do run open tires here. Motown is a fairly sticky track because it's spray glued occasionally, so it's a little bit stickier than this average home track. So we run a little bit harder tire here to get the cars to hook up right and nice slide and get corner speed through the corners.
The small window, you can exit out of it. You have to wait them out.
That one?
Yeah. And then he gets a warm up. Not with the sound. But there's just the warm up part on the top of that button. Up a little. Yeah, right there.
Okay, the track's been sitting for a while and typically gets a little bit dusty, so the first qualifier out is Ted Essie, and he gets about a minute of warm-up just to kind of run the lane in and to make it fair for all the competitors. Ted is usually pretty fast in Group 5, so we'll see what, coming right out of the gate, what kind of lap times he has. Track record, I think, is around 5.79 or 5.8 for these cars.
Well, I need another one for Derek.
30 seconds.
So 30 seconds left in his warm-up, and we'll get the program started. So thank you all for watching.
On today, but it's $200 shoes.
10 seconds.
So 30 seconds left in his warm-up.
You got 4 seconds. Oh, all right.
You want to go clean your tires real quick?
Okay.
I got you if you need to, though.
All right. It'll just be one eye.
You ready, Ted?
3, 2.
Okay, everybody gets 1 minute of qualifying. The counter is right in the middle of the track, right there.
6, 2, 5. 6, 1, 5.
I think he's got a little bit more in that car. Counter is, like I said, right in the middle of that
5,
inset
9,
straight.
7.
So if you get in the 5-second bracket with these cars, you're going pretty fast.
6, 0, 5. 6, 0, 3.
25 seconds.
I believe Kiwi Mike
6,
is on deck,
0, 2.
and we raced at his track yesterday, so we put in a full weekend of racing this weekend in Northern
5, 9,
California. 5.94 for Ted, a little bit faster. Got about 10 seconds left.
5, 9, 4. 5, 9, 9.
5.94. So that's a good time. I'm gonna predict that's gonna be second qualifier. Kiwi Mike is up now. The predominant car in Group 5 in Northern California is the BMW M1. Seems to be very low, works very well. So probably at least maybe 2/3 of the field are running BMWs. I see a Lancia over there, a couple different Lancias. Kiwi Mike's running a Nissan. Nissan is big and bulky and heavy, but it seems to work really well. UPS, you're on deck.
Ian's on the case answering questions.
Ian's answering questions. Ian, I hear you're out there answering the questions. I do appreciate that because I'm trying to do 3 things at one time. You ready, Mike?
3, 2, 1.
Ian, I hope you're feeling better. I know you were pretty under the weather yesterday, so I hope you're feeling better, buddy, and glad you're not here. Braden says he's glad you're not here.
6, 3, 4.
6-3 for Mike out of the gate.
6, 0, 0.
He will have the fastest Nissan of the day. I'm going to predict that.
5, 9, 9. 6, 0,
Not
3.
sure why this car works, but it does seem to work well.
5, 9, 2. 5, 9, 7.
200s to knock Ted off.
5, 9, 8. 614.
As long as you saw that it said you could, right?
604.
Good job, Mikey.
5929.
Ooh, I was wrong. That was a poll for Mike. 592.
I did for this.
When you're running Mikey? Unless it was just recent.
No, that 2024.
Farley, you're on deck.
Can you show the list?
I can't. I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do it.
Bottom left.
You can touch me, I'm right here.
Bottom left. Nope, more. You see where it says the X, the square, and the. Go down more.
You ready, Mike?
You want to open.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
We had Kiwi Mike. Now we've got UPS Mike.
625.
625 out of the gate. He's one of the top guys here. He's in the pro division. See if he can knock those guys off. He is running a BMW as well.
611.
You can hear the beep. The beep means you're going fast. It's your fastest lap.
0, 0.
I know last week, if there's anybody out there from Electric Dreams listening, Elaine, Al's wife, said, I love that beep. So we're going to get some T-shirt made for slot car racers. 6000 with 14 seconds left in his qualifier.
616.
Oh, and he lost it on the last lap. So that's going to be it for him.
60.
Quiet. Hold the mic
Still?
close to you. And then let's turn it up and see what happens. Tap one.
Okay, we're still working with the volume here. Hopefully that's a little bit better. I'll get a little bit closer to the mic as well. And Farley, one of our regulars that races throughout Northern California, is up with a Porsche. They are hard to drive. Porsches have short guide leads, so they can be really twitchy, but looks like he's ready to go. So if I would get my act together and hit start, we're ready to go with Farley.
1, go. Six, eight,
6-8 out of the gate.
Ace 1, 7.
Pressure's on in qualifying because everybody's looking at you.
9, 3, 8.
It's better.
6, 9, 4.
6-8 for Farley. No, he had another crash. He's got about 15 seconds to go, so he'll get about 2 more laps.
8.
15 seconds, probably.
6, 9, 1.
And that's going to be it for Farley. 6-8-4.
6, 8, 4, 9.
Frankie is up, but John, you're on deck.
Starting up there, Frank.
Yeah.
5-7.
Frankie's hooking up that True Speed controller. Got another BMW.
Yeah, that 30 kid.
I changed it to 33.
We have a saying here at Motown. If you're out there listening from Southern California, if you can win at Motown, you can win anywhere. Frankie was in the A main last week at Scale Auto Race.
It was fine.
3, 2, 1, go.
In fact, 5 of the 6 A main drivers were from Motown.
No brakes first corner.
This car was really fast last race.
6, 1, 9.
I could see a 5.8 easily coming out of Frankie.
6, 1, 2. 8, 3,
30 seconds
4.
left in his qualifier.
6, 2, 6.
This track can be really tricky to read. It's a lot of grip in it. There we go, 6-0. Two more laps. So get 5.99.
603. 599.
Big John is up. Dino Donnie's on deck.
Sometimes the groups here race against their own peers, right? The peers that are at their level. Trying to get
Big John is a local racer, but he has raced all over the country. He's a very proficient wing car racer, and I think he's got the national championship or two to his credit. See what car he's running. They're picking a car for him. Pick any car out of impound. We have had people in the past pick the wrong car out of impound. The two cars with the same livery. And he is running a Pink Pig Porsche.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
It's an old story in Northern California. One of my friends, Brent Ostrom, picked the wrong car out of impound one day, tried to qualify it, and broke it in qualifying. And Brent's in the hospital right now, so if you're out there listening, Brent, get well.
7, 5, 4.
Porsche looks like a handful on this track. They are, like I said, very short guide leads, so they can be really fast. They can also be really twitchy.
11.01.
It's all the way on high right now.
Yep, the top knob.
We're still working with the audio, trying to get it good.
6.
7.5 for John.
8, 0, 1. This time, 7, 5, 4, 0.
Mark Perkins, you're on deck. We got Dino Donnie up next. See what car he's running. He's been pretty fast lately.
If you click this right here,
Okay.
in this bottom part, it'll open up the list.
Okay.
Yeah. Said that was down there.
You get one handful. Maybe if you can pick up with both hands.
You got the whole bag, look at that.
Okay, those are yours.
Okay, we got Dino Donnie up. It looks like a Capri for him. Capris have run pretty well lately. And if I hit the start button, he's ready to go.
1, go. 6, 5, 5. 6, 3,
6-3 on lap 2.
6, 2, 2.
Laps are around 6 seconds. You can, if you don't come off, you can get about 8 qualifying laps.
6, 1, 7.
Puts him provisionally 5th right now. TQ is still held by Kiwi Mike at 5.92.
5.
A little chatter around that corner, so this won't be a good lap probably.
6, 3, 1.
Chatter around the carousel.
6, 3, 2.
About 1 lap to go.
6, 2, 2.
617 for Dino Donnie. That puts him in 5th overall at the moment. Mark Perkins is up now, another veteran from Electric Dreams, also known as AKA Asian Bayesian. And he brought one of our good friends, Ozzy from Barbados. Ozzy's racing with us today too. Looks like Mark's running another BMW M1. And he gives me the thumbs up.
3,
Here we go.
1, go.
Another driver with a true speed controller with 27 knobs on it. Car's braking really hard going into that
6,
dead man.
5, 8. 6, 3, 7.
6.3, looks really smooth.
6,
There we go,
1,
6.1.
6, 2, 3. 6, 2, 3. 6, 2, 3. 6,
It's like he's
0,
flat out
8.
through the kink right by the start-finish line, or the timing line.
6,
Sometimes
1,
you can
4.
go through there flat, sometimes you can't. 6.08 for Mark. That puts him 5th overall, bumps Donnie down to 6th.
3.
Jerry, you're on deck.
Oh no, Ted's got his spot. He's coming for his spot, Marlon. He's trying to get his spot.
Okay, Kevin. Kevin's ready. Hit the start button.
2,
Hopefully
1.
they don't launch at you this time.
Kevin is driving probably the most diabolically hard Group 5 car to run. High center of gravity, Lancia Strato, super short guide lead,
6, 8, 8.
but it looks pretty good.
6, 6, 4.
If you're new to slot car racing, guide lead is the distance from the guide which the car runs on to the rear axle. And the kind of the rule of thumb is the shorter the guide lead, the more nimble the car is, but the harder it is to drive. The longer the guide lead tends to be a little bit lazier, a little bit easier to drive. So you got to pick the car that works for you on the given track. 664 for Kevin. Right now he is in 7th.
6, 5, 9.
He improves, but he's got a long way to go to get up to 6th. And that's it for Kevin.
This time. 6, 5, 9, 1.
Try a little bit less brake.
A little less brake? Okay, thank you.
You too, right?
Yeah. I hear Ted Essie over there in the corner giving Kevin some advice. A little less brake, so we'll see if that works for him for the main. I should tell Kevin he needs a little bit more brake and see what he does. So we've got 9 cars qualified. Jerry's coming out next. Jerry Campos, Northern California. I think he lives in Monterey, actually, which is a couple-hour drive from here. He is driving a Lancia Beta Monte Carlo,
3.
which I hate to admit it, but I saw the Beta Monte Carlos run at Watkins Glen in 1981, so that tells you something about me. They're cool cars. They really push Porsche in the Group 5 category. They tended to be really fast and somewhat fragile sometimes.
6, 5, 5.
655 for Jerry puts him in 7th, but you can see a long way to go. 6-1 is where he has to go to pick up a spot.
9, 2, 8. 6, 6, 2.
15 seconds left to go for Jerry.
6, 5, 6.
10 seconds.
Looks like Jerry's going to slot in
6,
7th.
5, 5.
Didn't quite get that last lap.
6, 5, 2, 8.
Next up is Braden Pollard, who kind of lives here. He is the grandson of the owner, Mark Pollard. He sleeps under the corkscrew. Yep. This track is called the Corkscrew. It was built by Monty Owen about 30 or 40 years ago. Very famous track in Northern California and Southern California. This track used to be in, I think, Uncle Cal's Raceway or whatever it was called down in Southern California, and now is in Northern California. I'm going to predict for Braden a 581, so we'll see what he does. 6-1 out of the gate.
6 0 0 6 0 1
Track seems a little slow today, maybe. I don't know.
5 9 4
Kiwi Mike stalled the pole by 200ths.
5 9 9 5 8 7
There it is. Not quite my prediction, but it's in the 5/8.
5 9 4
Little bobble there.
5 9 7
And he parks it.
best time 5 8 7 7
So that'll be pole for now. We've got 2 cars left. Larry Stevens, who's up now, and Ozzy from Barbados, last qualifier. I think I should hit the start right now before Larry's ready. Wake him up a little bit. Larry Stevens has been racing toy cars for 40 years, along with myself.
3
Larry also races go-karts at the big tracks, Laguna Seca and Thunder Hill up in Northern California. And RC cars. And HO cars. If it's got wheels, Larry races it.
6 6 6
That car doesn't look good. It's a little bit jerky and a lot of chattering, so we'll see. He's usually up in the top 5.
8 6 8
No pressure, Larry. Just 30 seconds left.
11.61 6 5 3
Larry was down at Electric Dreams last weekend running a scale auto race. He was in the semi-main. Didn't quite make the move up.
6 6 1 6
And that's going to slot him in 8th.
Best time 6 4 7 8
Okay, our last qualifier is Ozzy from Barbados. He raced with us yesterday at Kiwi Mike's at Gary Jones in Santa Cruz. I'll have a video up on that probably tomorrow night or Monday. We had, I think, 12 cars there. Great race. And he's running a BMW, but not an M1. He's running a 320i.
You're on blue. Right? Your green car will be yours.
3 2 1 power
You may hear in the background there's some other cars running on the hill climb track. There's 2 tracks here at Motown, the track you're looking at, and a hill climb as well as a drag strip.
10.01 7 8 7 7 5 5
Somebody in the chat requested that I tell everybody who's running what controller. There's a lot of true speeds out there today, and Ozzy's running one of those. Braden, the TQ, is running a true speed.
8 5
I'm not racing in this race, but I've been using the new DS controller, which works really well for me. I'll be racing in the Revo slot race later in the day.
4 4
So True Speed seems to be the predominant controller. There's DeFalco's. There's a lot of Third Eyes, because Third Eye is kind of a local company. The original owner of True Speed, Howard Smith, who unfortunately passed away a couple of years ago, but the company's been taken over locally. So there are a lot of Third Eyes, a few DeFalco's, and True Speed. Quite frankly, since Ian and Todd started running it, a lot of people are running the True Speed. So they're great controllers. There are a lot of dials on them. So we'll get the race set up here. So I'm going to take just a real quick break. We get the main set up for this Group 5 event, and I'll be back with you.
Alright, so we finished qualifying, and we're going to do 6 in the bottom, or 7 in the bottom heat, 6 in the top. So in the top heat, it'll be me, Braden, Kiwi Mike, Ted, Frankie, UPS Mike, and Mark Perkins. In the bottom heat, it will be Dino Donnie, Larry, Jerry, Kevin, Farley, Ozzy, and Big John. Alright, list is up. Dino Donnie on white, Larry on green, Jerry on orange, Kevin on blue, Farley on yellow, Ozzy on purple, and Big John is on standby.
Okay, we're getting ready to run the B heat. We don't call it a main because you can win the race from any heat. If you turn the most laps in the B and beat all the guys in the A, you win the race overall. We do break this down into groups, so there will be a separate podium for the pro drivers, which are typically in the A heat, and the expert drivers, which are usually in the B heat. Kind of works out that way. We have 13 today, so we're going to run 7 in the first heat, the B heat, and 6 in the A heat. So everybody's hooking up right now. I know there was a comment about controllers. I see a third eye. I see a true speed, second third eye. So like I said, that seems to be the predominant controller here. The true speeds in the third eyes. There's a few DeFalcos out there. Third eye makes the FET 32. I don't see anybody running a true speed standard. They're all running the top of the line true speed Apex. So I was a little facetious before. It doesn't have 27 dials. It does have 12 though. So you really need to be on top of your game to run a true speed. They do work extremely well, but there's a lot to work with. But it gives you a lot more flexibility in how you can set the car up. So we're just about ready to start the B heat. And we're here at Motown Raceway. Again, we're live streaming this on my channel, NorCal Slot Car Scene, because of the number of viewers. And it will be eventually over on the Motown Slot Car Raceway YouTube channel. If you go over there now or you go over there later, there was a race they live streamed Friday night, the 24 scale race already there. So that's easy to find. And like I said before, there is a different Motown Raceway YouTube channel, which is the legacy or the previous owner. So Motown Slot Car Raceway, you should be able to find it without any problem. So we got quarter marshals. Are we ready to go? If you're hearing me out there on the live broadcast, I'm trying to do 2 things at once. So one mic goes out to the PA system here, and then one mic goes on YouTube. So you may hear a little bit of difference. Okay, we got Kiwi Mike out there in the middle. We got Braden in the hole. Not sure what screen you're seeing right now, but Kathy's over there on the lead on. She's got the clicker to do track calls, and we're getting ready to start. And here we go.
Here we go. 3, 2,
Start of the B heat, Group 5, Motown Raceway. Get this sorted out. Looks like Larry's a pro driver, but he did not have a great qualifier, so I think he should probably dominate this race and see where he can fit in the overall standings at the end of the race. Now Dino Donnie's taking the lead on the white lane in the Capri. So this is somewhat new for Motown, the live streams with the multiple cameras. We are having some big races coming up. In May, we're going to have an MR slot car race, which is actually a race from Electric Dreams, but it's being held at Motown. So that'll be a 2-day event. We've got a lot of events coming up besides the standard first Saturday, third Sunday racing. Dino Donnie's taking the lead. He's running Jerry now with a 6.3 for the fast lap. But Jerry's got an off, so Dino Donnie continues to lead this heat. We won't really know who's leading overall because this is a 7-car round robin. So it's going to be hard to tell who's actually in the lead until we get towards the end of the event. Dino Donnie now with a fast time, and he improves that to a 6.32. He's on lap 15 with a little over a minute to go in this heat. We run 3 minutes heat here, 3-minute heats, 6 lanes. We only run the inner 6. We do not run on red and black in the 30-second scale program.
attention. 1 minute.
See, Ian says Ozzy's using a true speed also. Evil Beetle Customs, watching racing while he's playing with his 43rd scale cars. Awesome. Good luck to Ozzy and Mark from Roger Boyce. He must be from Barbados too. So first heat of the B main is almost done. We got about 10 seconds to go. Dino Donnie's still out front with 26 laps and has the fast lap of the race.
And let's stand. Please stand clear.
Ian says I said the owner of True Speed, not Third Eye. So the owner of Third Eye is from Northern California.
Attention. 1 minute. 30 seconds.
Auto Enthusiast Network. I'm editing 4,000 pictures. What are you editing? I see Mark comment, a track like this is a labor of love. You're not going to make, I shouldn't say you're not going to, but it's very tough to make a slot car track go as a primary source of income. So we really want to thank Mark Pollard for keeping this track going when he bought it from the previous owner. Okay, started the second heat. Heat 2 of 7, track call for a car on the straightaway. Track is what we call when there's an inaccessible car. So if there's a car that we can't get to immediately, we call track, and then we stop the race and go from there. You see the scoreboard there showing all the laps. You see Big John only has 1 lap because he's coming in for his first run. You can also see on the scoreboard on the right the track records from this particular class. So it looks like it's all over the board. Frankie's got a couple, Braden's got a couple, I've got one. Big crash on the straightaway. There's the big one.
Wait till it stops spinning.
3, 2, 1, go.
Kathy's over there on the lead on. She's got a remote clicker, so she's the one calling the track. When she sees a track call, she can hit the clicker and it remotely calls track for the computer. Farley's taken over the lead, but Dino Donnie led the first heat, and he ran 1 heat, and he's off. So he'll be coming back in to complete his lanes from 2 to 6 because he's run the first lane already. Slot cars, we call that one and done. You run 1 lane, and then you're off, and then you come back in. So with 7 racers, there's only 1 sit-out spot. So 6 people are racing, 1 person sitting out, and they come back in and then alternate. Second heat will be 6 cars, so it'll be a straight-through race, no sit-outs. Halfway through the second heat, still got Farley out front, followed by Jerry and Kevin. Jerry's leading this heat, but that's a little misleading because of where the start-finish line is. If you stop right before the start-finish line, you'll get a really quick lap immediately, but it all evens out. Kevin has now taken over the lead. He's running the purple lane in that Lancia Stratos. I'm not sure how he's getting that car around. It's really twitchy, but it looks pretty good. Kevin's been racing with us for a couple of months now. He's fairly new. In this heat, it looks like there's 1 true speed and everything else is third eye.
30 seconds.
Mention that Kathy's doing the track call with the button.
Auto Enthusiast Network. Photos from muscle cars at the Strip in Vegas. That's a great drag strip. I've been there a few times. 5 seconds left in this heat. So we've got 2 heats down out of 7 in this particular round robin. Ian, if you're out there and you didn't hear it when we were broadcasting before, when the microphone was a little bit low, hope you're feeling better and get well soon. Come back.
We have to go back to the other one. The track's really sticky.
Attention, 1 minute, 30 seconds.
I'm hearing from some of the competitors the track's really sticky today.
Ian says to announce what controller you put in.
Okay, we got about 50 seconds before the start of Heat 3 of this B event. And in between heats, about all you're allowed to do is clean the tires. We use lint rollers to clean the tires because we're running rubber tires on these 32nd scale cars. So just cleaning the tires, and that's about all you need to do. Change the lane sticker and move it over to the other lane.
30 seconds.
Fernando out there, this is a 32nd scale race on a 24th scale track. So these are Racer Sideways Group 5 cars. They're plastic chassis. They run very well on the 32nd scale tracks. A little bit of a challenge because this track does have a lot of residual spray glue over the years, so it's pretty sticky compared to a home 32nd scale track. But the cars run really good. I mentioned this is a 24 scale track, but this is not a full, what we call a full 24 scale lane spacing. It's slightly smaller than normal. See from the comments, somebody was asking about the track length. It's a little bit over 90 feet, so it's a fairly small 24 scale track. But they've had big races on this track in the past, especially when it was down in Los Angeles. Eurosport cars get around here in, I think, the high threes. So I can't imagine running a Eurosport on this track, but it would be a challenge. It looks kind of easy, but there's a couple little kinks and switchbacks that go around the carousel. There's a little kink there and a little kink coming into where Braden is in the infield there, where he's putting a car on the track right now. Then around the donut and down the straightaway.
He didn't even say anything about it. He didn't even check the car. He just put it on.
Track code.
He just checks the height and then just hands the car back.
We do run at one other commercial track in Northern California. We run at Fast Track Hobbies in Rockland, just north of Sacramento. We're about an hour south of Sacramento here in Modesto. So we're here in Heat 3. Larry now is out front overall, but he's got an extra heat over Dino Donnie, so we'll see. Like I said, in the end, we'll figure that out. But with a round robin, it's hard to tell who's really out front because some drivers have run one more heat than the other drivers. In this heat, Dino Donnie is out front with 18 laps, followed by Kevin and Larry with 17. Fast lap of 6.25 on the green lane, Dino Donnie.
Seconds.
30 seconds left in this heat. Dino Donnie, I believe it's a Capri, going around the carousel, through the lap counter, around the donut, down the main straightaway. Car looks really good. Giving a little blip going through the kink in the middle straightaway. Donnie's been making 3D printed parts for a lot of the people here, including the coverage you see on the third eye controllers and a few other things he's been making. Okay, we got about a minute left before the start of heat number 4. Everybody's cleaning tires. See some people picking up parts. This is Group 5. We only racer sideways, so this is somewhat of a spec class. So it's all the same brand. The motor is the spec motor that comes with the car. The gearing is required to be stock. You can change rear wheels and tires. And there's a variety of different marks in this, from the Lancias to the BMWs to the Porsches and so on.
30 seconds.
Thanks again out there for everybody that's watching on YouTube. We are at Motown Raceway.
3, 2, 1, go. Track code.
Somebody's asking out there about the track surface, and I think Ian's trying to answer that question. This track was built by Monty Oren from Best of the West about, I think, 30 to 35 years ago. And Monty was a great racer, passed away quite a few years ago, but he was Best of the West, master engine builder, but he's the one that actually built this track. And on the driver's panels, you can see it says Uncle Cal's Corkscrew. So that's where it originally, I think that's where it originally was located, and then it moved up here to Northern California. So Kevin and Larry are fighting it out for the overall, but Dino Donnie may be ahead because he has one less lane that he's run than everybody else. But Kevin and Larry are battling neck and neck right now. They both run the same number of laps, or the same number of heats.
I thought you had 3 involved.
3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah, these cars are running in the low 6s. The track record is in the 5.8s. The fastest cars that we race here are right around 5.5 for track records. To give you a perspective, the 24 scale flexi cars are running around in the high 3s, high to mid 3s. So the rubber tires and the smaller cars are not quite as fast, but a lot of people, myself included, really enjoy running the 32nd scale cars. A lot of the reason is the looks. These cars, you can tell, look like real cars. 24 scale cars kind of take a few liberties, but it's to each his own. Nobody's right. Everybody likes to run different things. Those of us that are getting up there in age, these are a little bit easier to drive maybe because they're not quite getting to the corners as quick. Looks like Donnie's leading this heat with 23 laps, fast lap of 6.15. We have 13 entries today. That's a little bit low for us lately. We've been typically getting in the 16 to 18 range, but it's not bad for a Sunday afternoon race for 30-second scale cars. The next race will be for Formula One cars, and we run the Scale Auto and the NSR cars. They're the, I wouldn't call them vintage. I think NSR calls them 86, 89, so it's that late 80s era of Formula One cars. And they're generic cars. The Scale Auto car is a generic looking car. They actually make a high nose and a low nose version. NSR makes one version. So they put the liveries on them to replicate the cars from that era. But it's essentially going to spec class because the cars are literally all the same, except for one brand to the other between Scale Auto and NSR. So it creates a very competitive class. And those cars are definitely a little bit faster than these. They have a somewhat similar motor. We run stock gearing on the NSR cars as well, or the F1 cars as well. But the body is extremely light. You know, if you're looking at a 24 scale car with a Lexan body that may weigh a couple grams, these bodies weigh 16 to 20 grams. The F1 bodies are probably about 11 or 12 grams. So the body weight makes a huge difference in how these cars handle.
It's my fastest lap so far today, doing that run.
Okay, we're getting ready to start Heat 5 of 7 in the B event. B main, if you want to call it that. So here we go, Heat 5 of 7, Motown Raceway, Spec Racer Sideways Group 5.
3, 2, 1, out. Tactical. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go. Here we go.
You heard somebody yell "rider." If you're not familiar with slot car racing, that means a car has jumped the lane and gone into a different lane. So we stop the race so we don't break cars. It does get kind of interesting though. We do have a new race, fairly new racer that's not here today. His name is Ryder. So when you yell "rider," he just kind of looks up and say, "What?" And that's as good as the jokes get out there. But we do, seriously, we have a new racer named Ryder that's not here today, but he's doing really well. Larry now is taking the lead on the computer. He's got 2 laps over, a lap and a half over Kevin. But eventually they're going to have to sit out one heat, and then Dino Donnie will catch up. Halfway through this heat. And we've got Larry leading the heat.
Tactical. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go. Attention, 1 minute left.
Fast lap so far in this heat is Larry at 6:44, and he is out front overall
30 seconds.
and leading this heat. Oop, Dino, I didn't see that. Dino Donnie's got a 6-1 on purple. Purple's the gutter lanes, purple and white, tend to be the hardest to run.
3, 2, 1, power.
So Larry and Dino Donnie are in a dead heat for this heat. They're going down the inside straight around the donut and down the straightaway.
In the stint, please change lanes.
What's the name of that restaurant? It's like a splash place. Oh. They have one you can have.
Okay, we're going into heat 6 of 7. So in the rotation, this is the 6th heat. So there's be one driver finishing this heat, and he'll be done. And he'll put up a number, and then everybody else will fight for that in the last heat.
Attention, 1 minute, 30 seconds.
I got some at
I'm gonna tell you to drive faster. Drive as fast as the car will go. He was trying to distract you. You might be brave.
5 minutes. 5:25. 5:20. So I took one. I took half one. And then walked it back and started. I don't want to take it to that big one. I think the other half. Half hour after the melting started. Melting.
Attention, 1 minute left.
My wife goes, what are you doing with that napkin? You just beating the shit out of it. And I go, just nervous all of a sudden. I don't know why.
Anxiety kicked in. I hate that. Yeah.
But it was a nice. It was like,
On the computer, you see the about the 4th column over, the column that's blinking. That's telling the drivers what lane they're going to next. All the other columns are telling them what they just did. And then that blinking column is telling them where they need to go to. So Ozzy is going to green, Larry's going to white, and so on.
lighting those tires out in the back.
Say $3.
Handle it.
Farley just ran green.
Yeah.
Wasn't so snappy.
If I'm on blue, right?
Go get him, Farley.
So we're getting down to it in this B heat.
I like racing you guys. My tires are starting to come in now.
Larry says his tires are starting to come in now. It's the heat 7, so if they're just coming in heat 7, or heat 6, he's in trouble. See, Larry's on the white lane running that BMW. There's that little kink right past the start-finish line on the inside straight. Car will definitely kick out there on white. On purple on the other side of the track, you can usually go through their full punch. But it's usually a blip over there on the other side of the track.
No more of that though. I don't know what the hell that was. Power surgery. Yeah. Maybe in the interior. Sounds like an interior.
2 minutes into this heat. If you just joined us, we're here at Motown Raceway in Modesto, California, about an hour south of Sacramento. And we are on NorCal slot car scene today, but if you want to watch this racing in the future for 32nd scale and 24 scale, go to the Motown Slot Car Raceway YouTube channel, because they'll be taking that over. We're going to be doing it here 1 or 2 times just to get the interest up because of all the people out there that supported my channel. And then we'll hand it over to Motown Slot Car Raceway on their own channel. There is a video out there now from Friday night racing on their channel. If you want to watch some 24 scale racing, cars going about 2 seconds a lap faster than these cars. It's like Dino Donnie out front running a 6-1 on the yellow lane. Yellow lane is a very fast lane on this track if you can drive it.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Run!
Trip call.
He's right there.
No,
It's like pieces are flying off the white Porsche. I think that's Farley's
Two,
car.
1, go.
It said the Porsche 935s worked really good in real life in Group 5, but in slot car racing, they're so short. They're a little bit tricky to drive.
Seconds.
So we got Larry out front overall, but he's going to be sitting out the last heat because he'll be the first one to run all 6 lanes, so then everybody will catch up with him.
End of stint. Please change lanes.
Okay, Larry with 157, almost 158 laps.
87. Zone correct.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you saw that on the computer, but when the driver finishes his full 6 lanes, the computer asks him where he is on the track. So if there's a tie in number of laps, it will actually show where he is. We have to put that in manually. The computer guesses where the computer thinks that the car finished. And in that particular case, the computer said 87. The track is numbered 1 to 100 all the way around the track. And the computer said 87, and it was actually 87. But if you have a slow last lap, the computer's kind of doing an average, so it's guessing what your last lap is. So we actually record that manually. So 30 seconds to go, and this will be the last heat. So Larry is 157.87. That's what everybody's shooting for.
Jerry, what's up?
93 right now. Better end right here.
I'd rather end at 1.
0? Not 0?
So after this heat, the B event will be over. I'll call it the B main. The B main will be over, and then we'll go into the A main, which is theoretically the fastest cars,
2, 1.
and see how they stack up. After that, we'll take a very short break, and we get the A main started. This computer or this program actually auto-populates that. So once this race is over, we do the zone corrections on the 6 cars that just finished, and we'll go right into the A main. So now we see a really good count of who's actually ahead. Dino Donnie is ahead. He is in first place.
Here we go. 3,
Jerry's in second place, and he's 10 laps back. So Larry may finish second overall in this race with that 157, but I think Dino Donnie's going to beat that and win this race overall. Okay, we got one car out. Dino Donnie's out all by himself. The other cars are kind of stacked up close to each other.
here we go. 3, 2, 1.
Donnie's running 6.1, so he's definitely the fastest car on the track right now. He is running in the expert class, which is the lower class of the two, but I think he's really knocking on the door of becoming a pro. Car looks really good going through the infield.
3, 2, 1. Power.
Oh, and Donnie makes a mistake. Donnie says that's his one mistake for the day. So he's trying to get around Kevin. And goes by the Lancia coming down the straightaway right now. The Capri followed by the blue Lancia. Somebody asked about controllers. I can't really see the controllers from where I'm situated. I can only see the person right next to me. And Kevin in that white, the Lancia on the white lane is running a third eye. I know Dino Donnie has a true speed. So with 50 seconds to go, we got Donnie out in front, Kevin in second, Farley in third, Jerry fourth. We'll see where Larry slots in after the race is over. He had 157, so Donnie's already beaten that. So unless something crazy happens in the last 30 seconds, Donnie's going to win this B main. Second is 150, so it looks like Larry is going to finish in second place. I don't think Kevin can catch him. No, he can't. He's got to make up 8 laps in 15 seconds. So Kevin will slot in third, Larry second, and Donnie's going to win the race with 10 seconds to go. His car looks really good around the carousel.
In the race.
And that's the end of the B main. So what we need to do is, I'm going to go off the microphone, we need to do the zone correction so we know where all the cars are on the track. And when the A main is done, then we'll compare the lap times in the sections and give you the overall results.
That was just bigger.
Okay, the results now for the B main. The A main drivers are hooking up. Kiwi Mike's hooking up with his third eye. The results overall: Dino Donnie 165, Larry 157, Kevin 154, Farley 153, Jerry 153, Big John 143, and Ozzy 134.
Mike's on, right?
Yeah. And so now we're going into the A main. So we got Braden, Kiwi Mike, Ted, Frankie, UPS Mike, and Mark Perkins. We'll fight it out for the A main and see where they slot in compared to the B main. Like I said, it's one big overall race, even though we separate it into an A and a B main. And then once that's done, we'll separate the driver classes. So the top 3 pros, the top 3 experts will have a separate podium. So now that the drivers are hooked up, but they're not at the panel, so I can see 3 true speeds, and it looks like 3 third eyes, so it may be 3 and 3. True speed is really, I wouldn't say taken over, but they've really come on strong in the last year or two. I think Todd Olery down in Southern California was one of the first to run it. And then Ian started running it as well, so it's become very, very popular. True Speed, if you're out there, that was a plug, so we can expect some sponsorship dollars from True Speed. So the A main's lining up. We've got one more car to go. We're waiting on Ted Essie, who is in the restroom, and We actually started a race one time with Ted in the restroom, and nobody noticed it. So that's why if you see everybody laughing or hear people laughing in the background, that's why. So it's we never let Ted forget it. It wasn't Ted's fault, but we never let him forget it.
Ted's got a 1 car penalty.
We will take a lunch break after this, I think after this race, and during the lunch break the track will be hot. We are going to do a driver's meeting. If you're around, you want to hear our driver's meeting, we're going to talk about some new classes and some new events coming to Motown.
Here we go.
Okay, here we go with the A main. Group 5, Motown Raceway. And looks like Ted out to a real quick lead. We definitely have to wait to sort this out a little bit.
Track code.
Screw. Someone lost the screw. Oh, and lost piece. Who lost the screw?
Ted out front on the orange lane over on the backside of the track. Braden right behind him in the white lane.
Got rid of one.
So what the race strategy is right now during this track call is the white lane is just a hair slower than the other lanes. So Ted's going to have to put some distance between him and Braden. Ted's on the orange lane, which is typically one of the fastest lanes. So the strategy in all slot car racing, when you're on the fast lane, you've got to turn laps. When you're on the slow lane, you've got to minimize the damage. So Ted is trying to put some laps on Braden. Braden's trying to stay as close as he can to Ted. We're having an extended track call. Sounds like one of the cars was broken slightly. At a big race, you don't stop for fixing a car. If it breaks, it breaks. But this is a club race, so we're pretty liberal about what we do in terms of letting everybody run as the get all their track time in.
Except for Herman's car. That's still on.
And Braden said unless it's for Herman, and then we don't wait at all. Frankie's got the car back, and we're ready to go again.
2, 1, go.
So let's see if Ted can extend that lead over Braden because he's in the faster lane and see how the race shakes out. 6 flat for Ted, 6-3 for Braden. So that's what Ted's got to do, just pull out a tenth or two each lap. Hopefully put a lap on Braden in this segment, and then Braden will reel him in when he's on the faster lane. This is the A main, so this is the fastest 6 qualifiers, which are typically the better drivers, not always. And so you notice there's not as much cars coming off the track. Ted out front with a 5.92. Braden fast lap 6.04. So Ted's got about a half a lap lead right now, coming down the main straight in that multicolored, multi-striped white BMW M1. You can see Ted's car visually faster than Braden's around the carousel, primarily because he's on the inner lane, so it's less distance. 5.98 for Braden, dropping his lap time a little bit down, a little bit faster, but Ted's down to a 5.91. So that tenth of a second over 30 laps is probably about a half a lap or more. Still Ted and Braden. Frankie's running third. Kiwi Mike's running fourth. And then Nissan. Ted just put a lap on Kiwi Mike.
Attention, 1 minute left.
See who else is going. Only 2 cars in the 5-second bracket. 5.98 for Braden, 5.91 for Ted. Frankie is at 6 flat.
30 seconds.
But everybody else is running 6.1s or faster. You remember in the last race, I think the fast lap was 6.1, and everybody in this race is running 6.1s. You definitely see that these are the faster 6 drivers of the 13 that we've got in this class.
10 seconds.
Frankie now with a 5.96 on blue. Blue's another fast lane. So 5 seconds left to go in heat 1. And looks like Ted's going to take the heat
Almost in. Please change lanes.
with just barely crossed 30 laps. Braden is 29.5, so Ted put a half a lap between him and Braden. That may not be enough, so we'll see. Now Ted's going to white. You see Ted's name blinking in white, so that means he's going to white. Braden is going to green.
Attention. 1 minute, 30 seconds.
I was thinking it was the other boss. He needs to clean his glasses. Yeah. I saw worse, but I started worrying about it. You expect to see more things.
So we got Marty Ford out there watching us. Great to see Marty. Marty has his website or his channel, Two Line Slot Cars. He does a chat every Tuesday night. Usually it's around, I think, 5 o'clock Pacific time for about an hour and a half. He did a great interview with Ian Douglas a couple weeks ago. And it's Two Line Slot Cars. So great to see you out there, Marty. And yes, we don't run the white lane or the black lane. It just kind of evolved that way. When we started racing, it was Electric Dreams, and that's a 6-lane track only. And when we started, we only had 10 or 12 people, so it's kind of hard to run all 8 lanes with 10 people. So we just kind of started with 6 lanes, and that's kind of how it stayed. So that's the reason for the 6 lanes, even though we have an 8-lane track. Marty, I know you got ties to Northern California, so we expect to see you out here at some point in time, too. So start of heat number 2.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
So now Ted's going to the white lane. Let's see how he can hold up. He got that half lap advantage over Braden. See if Braden can reel him back in now that Ted's on the slower lane. Ted's in that white BMW on the white lane. Going down the straightaway now through the 290s and around the carousel. Our car looks really good around the carousel. So Ted with a 5.9 on white. Braden with a 5.9 on green. So Braden's really not making up much distance. Braden now with a 5.92, so a little bit faster. See where they are on the tack. Here's Ted going across start-finish right now. And here comes Braden. So it doesn't look like he's making up any ground so far. Everybody else in the low 6s. Ted is flirting with the track record on the white lane, which is 5.970 by me. So if he gets any faster, we'll have to shut his car down. Or check it, one or the other. 5.9s on the white lane is really good. One minute to go. Ted's still out front. See where they are on the track.
Attention. 1 minute left.
Looks like Ted has actually stretched his lead a little bit. Neither of them got involved in that crash, so they were fortunate. Oh, and Ted with a first off. still maintains the lead, but now Braden's right behind him. Still in very good shape. If he can come out with a lead over Braden after running white, he's in good position for the overall race.
30 seconds.
Ted with a second mistake, which is uncharacteristic, and Braden's taken over the lead. At this level, you can't have more than 1 or 2 mistakes in an 18-minute race and expect to win. 5 seconds to go in heat number 2 of the A main.
End of stint. Please change.
Got a comment from 16-bit FPV. I'm just going to respectfully disagree. I won't take it any more than that. Plastic cars are doing very well in Northern California and all over the world, quite frankly. If you look at some of the races held by NSR and Scale Auto and Slotted with hundreds of entries, multiple plastic tracks. So 30-second scale cars are alive and well throughout the world. Okay, 30 seconds in this break, and we're going into heat 3 of 6 in the A main for Group 5 here at Motown Raceway in Central California. We're about an hour south of Sacramento, about 5 hours north of Electric Dreams, if that means anything to you. Probably about 2,000 miles east of Marty Ford.
3, 2, 1, go.
So Braden now out in the lead after Ted had those 2 offs on the white lane. Scale Car Racer, I'm not sure who you are. Obviously, I know you, but I'm not sure. I don't know you by your handle, so I wish you were here too. Auto Race Enthusiast Network, very well said. Thank you very much. And Marty says he'd love to be racing today. We're just a short flight away, Marty. We've got the MR slot car race coming up in May, so maybe you can take a flight out here. Or I think you just call Marco and tell him to bring the private jet out for Marty Ford from Two Lines, and he would do it. So Braden now running 5.9 on blue, Ted 6 flat on green, so Braden looks like he's stretching his lead a little bit. They're both on the same lap. They're both running lap 74, 75 for Braden, 75 for Ted, so it looks like about a half a lap lead from Braden to Ted. Another off for Ted, so that's going to hurt.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Two of the drivers here racing right now, Braden and Frankie. were in the A main last week at the Scale Auto event at Electric Dreams. Yeah, me too, Marty. Marty said 30-second scale plastic cars got me hooked on the hobby. I've been racing slot cars since the 60s, I'd hate to admit, but I really like the 30-second scale cars primarily because of the realism. 5 seconds to go, and we'll be halfway through this heat. Braden is out front. Ted is in second. They are on the same lap. Braden is a little bit into lap 88, and Ted is about 3/4 of a lap down, working on lap 88. Kiwi Mike is in third, not that far behind. Frankie fourth, Mark Perkins fifth, and UPS Mike in sixth. So we're halfway through this race. Give you a little background on the track. This was owned by a previous owner, Gene, for quite a while, I think about 10 years. Mark Pollard took it over a little over a year ago and has definitely grown the 30-second scale program, so we all appreciate that. There's 2 full cabinets of stocked full of parts and cars and things, and we race twice a month, as I've said before. And interestingly enough, Mark and his family are from the Detroit area, and they came here to Central California and took over Motown Raceway. So it's kind of ironic. We scheduled our big NSR race in February, I think it was, around football, hoping, being in Northern California, the 49ers would be in the hunt, and the people here at Motown, Braden and Mark, were hoping the Lions would be in the hunt, and neither of us had to worry about that, unfortunately.
30 seconds.
So here we go, heat 4 out of 6 in the A main, Group 5. Yeah, talking about 30-second scale plastic cars, the sophistication of these cars is tremendous. The companies like Racer Sideways, NSR, Slotted Scale Auto, there's multiple different pods, stiffnesses of chassis, gearing. There's all kinds of options you can do to make these cars faster. And they're different than the typical home track cars, nothing against them like Carrera and Scale Electrics, but there's a difference between those two type of cars. One is designed for home racing, on the floor, if you will, and one is designed for competitive racing. Even though we do race Scale Electrics and Carrera cars competitively among themselves at various tracks in Northern California, but these are the types of cars that have a multitude of options in terms of tuning, tire selection, all kinds of different things. So it's just as sophisticated, if not more, than 24 scale flexi car racing. So Braden's still out front. Ted's still on the same lap. They're working on lap 96 now. There's Braden, there's Ted, so it's tightened up just slightly. So Braden and Ted are both running 6 flats, so let's see if Ted can reel them in just a little bit. Kiwi Mike's also racing at 6 flat. Frankie now is a 5.9. So we've got 4 cars within a couple laps of each other for the win in this race. And again, they compare themselves to the first heat. So Dino Donnie, his lap total will be put in with these and just all sorted, and we'll see who the overall winner is. But usually it's out of the A heat because they're the fastest qualifiers. Halfway through the heat, Ted's leading the heat, so that means he's probably reeling in Braden just a little bit. We'll see where they are on the track. Braden's on purple, going over the lap counter right now, and Ted is right behind him, so about a half a lap. Braden lays down a 5.9 on purple. I don't know that Braden's had it off yet. Ted's had a couple. Well, that's the difference right now. 30 seconds to go. Heat 4 of 6.
30 seconds.
After this heat, we'll find out where they are on the track and see what the actual difference is from first to second. So they're both on lap 114.
End of stint. Please change lanes.
So we've got Braden out front with 117.7. Second, Ted, 117.5. So about a quarter of a lap difference between first and second. Third place is Frankie. He's 2 laps back. So he's kind of within shouting distance, shooting distance. And Kiwi Mike in third. Frankie in fourth, Kiwi Mike in third. They're really close together as well. About half a lap separating those. So it's a battle for the lead and a battle for the last spot on the podium.
Attention. 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Auto Enthusiast Network. I was an NSR guy until I bought a Scale Auto Viper. That thing is smooth and fast. You're absolutely right. In the GT3 class, which we're not running today, we run multiple brands. You can run a Racer Sideways, a Scale Auto, an NSR.
Locking his knees up.
Yeah, Scale Racing Center. The NSR new C8R Corvette is really, really good. We ran those yesterday, and they finished 1, 2, 3 at a club track, Gary Jones's track in Santa Cruz, which is a small Kingelman, but it's a home track in a garage. Jim G, is the current consensus that the NSR Lolas will be faster than 908s? I've run both of them, and they both run good. I don't see at this time that the Lola is going to be any faster, but I think it's going to be just as good. That's just from the experience that I've had running it. And I've not run the Lola a lot. And my 908 is absolute top-notch. In practice today, my 908 ran a 5.50, which is under the lap record for Can-Am. So heat number 5. Still Braden and Ted. It's going to be whoever makes a mistake. They're both running 6 flats. Ted's on purple. Purple is a little harder, but it's definitely a fast lane. You can go really fast on it. Braden is on yellow, which is right next to him. So they're together for one of the few times. The lanes rotate as you go through, so you're not next to the same person all the time on the racetrack. See where they are on the track. Braden's down the straightaway, and here comes Ted. Good. A wing depart the body. We'll see who that was. Wasn't either of the leaders.
Can I check it quick, please?
Sure, of course. He's got your wing right here.
We had a wing depart one of the cars, and so we're ready to go again, I think.
3, 2, 1.
Braden's coming around the carousel, or the donut right now. And Ted is right behind him, so it looks like about a quarter of a lap, first to second.
Track code.
Right here. No, that's not it. Somewhere. Yeah. I'm
sure when I hit it.
Right here, Frankie. In the slot. On white.
We've had a screw come out of one of the cars, so they're searching for that right now, and then we'll get back underway.
You get it, Frankie?
Yeah, I'm done.
You're done?
I don't want to hold you guys up.
Okay. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
2 minutes left in heat 5 of 6. And it's about a straightaway difference now, first to second. Braden on the yellow lane, Ted on the purple lane. Both running 5.9s. One minute to go. Kiwi Mike now down to 5.9. Track record on most of the lanes is in the 5.8, so it looks like the track might be a hair slower than it is typically.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Still on the same lap. 140 for Braden. 140 for Ted. So it's about a half a lap difference right now. They're running almost identical lap times. So it's going to be hard for Ted to catch up. So now's the time you got to start thinking as a driver. If you're Ted, you're a half a lap back. Do you try to pick up the pace and see if you can catch him? Or do you just stay where you are, maintain your pace, and hope he makes a mistake? It's all the race strategy based on the lane you're on and how fast you can go.
Please change lanes.
So we've got one heat to go. And Braden with 147.2. Ted with 146.8 roughly. So about less than half a lap difference between first and second. Kiwi is at 145, so he's only a lap back. Mark Perkins is in fourth, 3 laps back from that. So it's Kiwi, Ted, and Braden fighting it out.
Attention, 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Ted's going to yellow, Braden's going to orange. Orange is a really fast lane. It's in the middle, so it's typically easier to drive fast. So the advantage right now is probably with Braden, and he's got that half lap lead. So if he does not make a mistake, as they say, it's his to lose right now.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Try to catch up on some of the comments here. Scale Racing Center. Yes, my 908 is really fast. It's won the last 2 Can-Am races, I think, here, and changed a little bit on the tire compound for this track, and it was under the track record in practice this morning. Auto Enthusiast Network. Can't get the tail happiness out of my C8. Getting killed. Hard to tell what that is, without knowing the type of track and everything you are, so it's very difficult to evaluate that just by that, because there could be a number of reasons for that. And Scale Racing Center said the same thing, so. All smogs double. Yes, gear ratio can make a difference, a big difference, because in the GT3 class we run the long can motors, which has a tremendous amount of torque. So changing the gearing can easily make the car easier to drive. Last heat, Braden out front. 6-1, Ted with a 6-1.
3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah, Braden and Ted both with 6 O's. Frankie with 6 O's. So Ted is running on the yellow lane. Braden is on the orange lane. We'll see where they're at. Braden's coming around the lap counter. Yeah, so Braden's pulled it out just a little bit. Looks like about 2/3 of the lap from what I can see on the track. With 2 minutes to go in the A main. Motown Raceway, Modesto, California, Group 5 racing. Formula One, classic Formula One, if you want to call it that, is next. We will probably take a lunch break after this, so there'll be a slight break between this and the next race. And the last race of the day will be for Revo slots. We always run 3 classes in a day here. Typically, we start at 9. Practice is usually till about 10:30 or so. Start racing around 11, and we're done around 4:30, sometimes a little bit later. Ooh, Braden had it off. So it's less than half a lap now.
Track code.
There's a screw on the blue line.
Frankie, find time to leave me.
Kiwi Mike is singing in the background. I hope you can't hear that.
Here we go.
3, 2, 1, power. Track code. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, power.
Yeah, it looks like a straightaway difference. Braden coming down the straight, just a hair over straight down. Ted has an off. And a second off in a row. So that's going to do it probably.
1 minute left.
And there's Braden right behind him to put a lap on him. So Braden just has to stay there. Doesn't make any difference whether it's a lap or 10 laps. A win is a win. Most of the cars running in the 5-second range now. And Braden and Ted are running almost side by side, but Braden's got a lap on him. So those 2 offs late was the difference.
10 seconds.
Still, it was a very good race all the way through. Two seconds, and that's a race. So Braden's going to take the win with 176. Ted with 175. Third place is Kiwi Mike with 170, almost 175. So about a lap and a half separated the top 3 cars. I think they're going to be the top 3 overall when we do all the sorting. So I'm going to be back in just a second. We'll get these lane corrections set. Okay, that's the race for Group 5. We've got Braden, Ted, Kiwi Mike, Mark Perkins, Dino Donnie, the winner of the B main, ends up 5th overall. UPS Mike and Larry. The bottom half, Kevin, Farley, Jerry, Big John, Frankie, and Ozzy. So we're going to take a break now, and so we'll be back in a while. Thanks everybody out there for watching. Like I said, this will be on the Motown Raceway YouTube channel ultimately. Today we're broadcasting on NorCal Slot Car Scene. So thanks everybody out there for watching, and we'll be in and out the rest of the day with the other races. If you're still out there, some of the comments, let's see. What software? This is Lapmaster. It's a software program that most all of the top slot car tracks in the country use. Pretty common.
You want podium pictures? All that in a minute or two.
Yeah. I'm going to get an real quick interview with the winners. I think Braden won that race. Ted, what was the difference between first and second? I know you had at least 4 offs.
Yeah, I had several offs, and that was the difference. You can't afford any offs with this group.
So I think you can hear Ted, but yeah, he had 4 offs, and that's the difference between first and second. 1 lap, 4 offs, and he's right there. I think Braden had 1 off that I saw. He had 2 in the whole race, and that's pretty typical. At this level of racing here and at Electric Dreams, more than 1 or 2 offs, you're not going to win. And just as a quick note, I remember at last year's Slot at Nationals, I ended up on the podium. Down there at the bigger races, we run 5-minute heats, so it's a 30-minute race, 6 lanes. And I had 1 off, and I finished 3rd. So it's a tough crowd, both at Motown and Electric Dreams. So again, thanks for listening and watching, and we'll be back with the second race fairly soon. And we're still, I'm going to go back through the comments if you're out there still listening. Auto Enthusiast Network wish they would limit our track to 1 type of tire. Some tracks do that, and we do that for the big races. There is a spec tire, so you have to run a specific tire, and in some cases, a specific wheel. I think that's a good idea. Not all tracks do that. You were talking about silicones. Some tracks run on silicones. On the West Coast, we don't. West Coast, or I'm going to say California, because I know up in the Seattle area, they run some of these cars on foam tires. But in California, we run strictly on rubber tires. Dennis Murray, yeah, should have left him sleeping under the track. Ian says he smells the donuts. Someone, but yeah, I don't know who put the hex on Frankie, but Frankie has some car issues. His car was blazing fast the last race we had here in Group 5. So be watching the comments, and I am going to sign off right now, and we're going to be doing a driver's meeting, and we'll get this next race up probably in about a half an hour or so.
All right, we're gonna having a lunch break, but the track will be on for a little bit for those to practice. We will probably be racing again in 30 minutes, 45 minutes. So, yeah.
Okay, the F1 cars are out on the grid. We're taking a grid picture, which we usually do, and we're getting ready to start the F1 race. The first heat will be for the expert group, which there's 7 cars. The second heat will be for the pro group, which there's 5 cars.
You sure about that? Look how bad I mocked last race.
Your chair's over here. Right here. It's in the corner. I have an extra F1 if you want to race. You sure?
Ian saying a fantastic F1 race from Melbourne last night. Yeah, it was a really good race. I won't do a spoiler alert in case there's people going home today that have it taped, but it was a really good race. This race similar? I don't think it's going to rain here, Ian.
Yeah, that was a good race last night.
Okay, we've got the cars being gridded.
I said the results of NASCAR racing.
Not gonna let him forget it either.
You asshole. Sorry, we're live. Sorry.
What that look like again?
Yeah.
Ian says it's rain in the forecast for the Motown F1 race today. You know, I think we should simulate the real race, and we have somebody with a spray bottle like Ted over there in the first corner, and every once in a while he just sprays water on the track. Ted says he's up for it, so if you go down in that first corner and you get a little loose.
Yeah, man, it's all the NSR and one scale lotto.
Oh, you're right. It'll be all scale auto.
Yeah, Ian, we could oil the track.
Yeah, thank you.
I drove mine just to see.
Except he's in your heat.
That's been done before, we know.
Why is he in our heat now?
We'll get rid of them after all they rinse.
Who's that? Hey.
Was it originally an NSR class?
What the hell are you doing in this heat?
They were only NSR. They started letting them scale auto.
So we're getting ready to run the F1 class, and there's discussion going on around the track that this was originally an NSR only, and that's correct. We allowed the scale autos in later on, as long as you ran the NSR drivetrain. So all the cars should have NSR motors and NSR gear ratios in them.
Everybody have the lot.
Yeah. Oh man, I got double trouble. I got the motors.
Too busy.
Well, I guess I wasn't lying when I said I was going kiwi hunting. Totally.
Okay, it looks like the drivers are ready. We got Larry in the, sometimes these cars pop the slot because they've got too much traction. They try to do a wheelie, so that's what Larry's standing in the middle for. So I'm going to hit the start button, and we're off.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Like that. Saw that on the orange lane.
Track code.
2 races in a row?
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, power.
So second race of the day for Formula One, 86, 89-ish era. And there's some scale autos out there. There's some NSRs.
Let's break.
Track code.
Never mind.
My brake's all the way off, Frankie.
Yeah. What's your hold up?
3, 2, 1, go.
What do you need left?
This is our second race of the day. And in the second race of the day at the Motown, we run whatever the class happens to be. The first heat is for the expert class. The second heat is for the pro class. So we separate the two drivers in driver categories for the second race of the day. Third race of the day will be a big free-for-all with Revo slots, everybody combined. Kiwi has taken the lead. This again is a round robin of 7, so we won't really know who's leading for a little while into this. Kiwi is 6-0. You can see the track records over there on the right. Looks like Braden's got a couple track records. Herman's got one. That Jim guy's got 3. So just saying.
Track code. 3, 2, 1, go.
If he wins the deduction.
Feel the difference?
Yeah.
Kiwi Mike lowers it down to 6-0-0-1. Fastest car on the track.
Good job, Captain.
Donnie at 6-0-0-3, so there's virtual tie between first and second for the fastest lap time. And somebody comes out and collects the leader. That's just racing. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose in traffic.
30 seconds.
Kiwi at a 5.90. We're going to have to check that motor after the race, but I know what the result's going to be.
In the stint. Please change lanes.
First heat, Kiwi Mike, 28.2 laps. Second, Jerry, 27.4. Big John is coming in on green.
You're out for one, Mike. Frankie's hand was, your finger was squeezing up, wasn't it? Or was it better?
Did they print the final result?
Really bad.
Okay, one heat down. 6 heats to go in the expert classification for Formula One.
It was feeling good earlier, but it doesn't now. I don't know.
Cyborg RMS Slot Cars, welcome to the chat. Scale Car Racer, welcome to the chat.
30 seconds.
The next one is that one.
Oh. Go, Frankie. Okay.
Revo. What?
It's getting serious because silence is coming over the room. Here we go, heat 2. Braden says it's quiet because Sean's not here. Sean, if you're out there listening or watching, yeah, Braden said it.
2, 1, hit it.
He's got an accelerator from Tuesday. But that should keep you from here.
Find the line.
A hand was covering the paper.
Looks like Jerry's out to an early lead in this heat. Said we're running NSR, or you can run Scale Auto. I really can't tell from where I am who's running what. It's too far away to see.
Track code.
Cyborg, these are combination. You can run an NSR or a scale auto F1. You do, however, have to run the NSR drivetrain. So we've found that the scale auto motor, even though they're rated the same from the manufacturer, the scale auto motor, to me, is significantly quicker. So we require you to replace the scale auto with an NSR motor, and the gearing is stock. You can change the gears, but you have to maintain the stock ratio. So on an NSR, you just keep the stock gears. On a scale auto, you either have to change to scale auto ratio or replace it with NSR gears. Rear tires and wheels are open.
3, 2, 1, go.
The scale auto stock tires and wheels work very well on this track. Personally, I run NSR Super Grips on the NSR stock wheels. You do have to run F1 size wheels. Yeah, Ian, I've heard that before, that some of the scale auto 21K motors tech at 28 plus. So to me, it's kind of obvious, and that's why we did it. Manufacturers may rate there's the same number, whether it's 21K or 22K, but they may test them totally different. In the real car world, it's pretty common knowledge that BMW underrates their horsepower. So it's the same thing. You don't know how scale auto rates their motors or how NSR rates their motors. So even though they're the same on paper, they perform differently.
Track code. 3, 2, 1, power. Track code. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
If you weren't here before, that's Kathy over there on the lead-on, just to the left of the driver's panels from the driver's viewpoint. She has the clicker, a remote clicker like a garage door opener, and she's doing the track calls. The track calls for now are done remotely. If you have a home track that sometimes you may not have a lot of drivers and it's hard to do track calls, you can get that remote clicker and tie it into your computer. Yesterday at Glen Canyon Raceway and Ted Essie at his High Sierra Speedway, he has a remote track call button, so we don't have to have somebody sitting right at the computer all the time to do track calls. Makes it a lot easier. Cyborg says he's concentrating on rally cars. Rally cars are really cool. If you go on YouTube and search rally cars, slot cars, you see some crazy stuff with snow and mud and dirt. It's just not terribly popular in the United States because, as with the full-size cars, rally racing is not really, it just hasn't taken hold from a spectator standpoint like it has in Europe, or it does in Europe or worldwide. But the cars are really cool. There's some great-looking rally cars out there.
Kiwi.
John's got a West on his thing?
No, Kiwi does.
Kiwi does.
The Kiwi's is orange, not orange and black like mine. Mine's real.
Attention. 1 minute left.
Yeah, it is great. You can really follow rally cars if you want to, due to the magic of the internet. But like I said, it's just not terribly popular in the United States. It's crazy if you watch some of the videos on rally racing in slot cars. They try to emulate a stage, and you see the quarter marshals running around the track following the single car. And so it's kind of crazy, and it looks great. I really enjoy watching it. Okay, getting ready to start Heat 3 of the expert division of Formula One. This 80s, 90s era of Formula One is kind of taken over here in Northern California. Nobody has really run the current F1 cars that Polycar has and NSR has. So we've kind of kept with these this vintage or this era of Formula One cars.
on, Donnie.
3, 2, 1, go.
2, 3.
Okay, Kiwi Mike's back on the track after his sit out.
Not in that car. Johnny's car's not in that car.
I made it into the third heat, and we've got Ozzy out front in this heat. Just turned 10 laps. Everybody else is turning 9. We've got Ozzy in the lead overall.
Track code.
Knock down a couple laps on that.
Plus one the purple.
Oh yeah.
Plus 1 purple.
Here we go.
If you heard that, the cash register, sometimes the car misses the lap counter, so we can go in and manually add a lap. So what I did is I went in there and clicked on the add 1 lap to the purple lane, and it gives the cash register sound. So Donnie's on purple. He owes me money for the cash register sound. Auto Enthusiast Network, yeah, the vintage cars, I think they run better on the tracks. The contemporary Formula One cars emulate the real cars, and they're long and narrow. I think these cars handle a little bit better. So, and I grew up in this era, so I like them better myself. Got a gaggle of cars going down the straightaway through the carousel, and they're off. Pieces are flying. Just a lane sticker. Just a lane sticker.
Are there no parts in here? Because I saw something fly.
3, 2, 1, go. Attention, 1 minute.
As I mentioned before, this is the expert group. We separate them for the second race of the day, so it's not an overall thing where the expert winner might finish 5th or 6th overall. So in the second race of the day, the experts are racing only against experts and pros against pros. So you're racing against the people directly on the track with you.
They make that stuff sturdy.
In the skin, please change lane.
I'm ready.
Ozzy's out there in the lead. Ozzy's going to the white lane. We'll see how he handles that. And he doesn't have a whole lot of laps on this track because Ozzy is from Barbados, so he's from a long way away. And glad to have him come and race with us. I think this is the second time he's raced with us, so it's great.
Attention, 1 minute, 30 seconds.
He and I were in Santa Cruz yesterday racing on one of the home club tracks. So he's getting his fill of 30-second sales slot car racing in Northern California. The second driver from Barbados we've had visit us. I think thanks to Mark Perkins, who's from Barbados. Some of his friends have come over and raced with us.
Attention, 1 minute.
Again, thanks everybody for tuning in on NorCal Slot Car Scene. In the future, this will be on the Motown Raceway YouTube channel, but we're debuting this here on NorCal Slot Car Scene because of the membership we have, and thanks to all of you. We're over 4,500 members now.
It works good down there. So I might have a car for down here. Different car up here. I used to rent my car here earlier.
3, 2, 1, go.
It was stuck. Same certified rental.
You hear the beeping when the cars go over the lap counter. That means that that car is setting an individual fastest lap for this heat. So there'll be a lot of beeping in the beginning of a heat, and then it'll tail off towards the end. You also see Kiwi you heard the beep go off on the blue lane, and on the best time box, you see it again. It goes green momentarily. That indicates visually and audibly that the driver's running his fastest lap for that particular heat. The software is pretty powerful in terms of the data it can collect. Kiwi Mike's leading the heat. Ozzy's still out front overall based on the 6 drivers that are on the track right now.
Attention, 1 minute. Rider detected. Check code. Three, two, one, go.
If you're new to this form of racing, this is 32nd scale rubber-tired class cars. The 2 classes that we've run first, the Group 5 and the Formula 1, they're plastic chassis with a separate pod that holds the motor. So it gives it a little bit of a suspension-like feel, isolates the vibration. The last class we're running is Revo slot, which actually does use metal chassis with a separate subframe to hold the body. So there's a variety of classes in 32nd scale for various tastes and budgets and speed levels and so on. And this is quite a bit different than what I would call the home track cars like Scale Electrics or Carrera. And there's no magnets on this track, so all the downforce, all the grips coming mechanically. There's no magnetic downforce on this track.
Attention, 1 minute, 30 seconds.
These cars are getting around this track in about 6 seconds flat for 95 feet. If you're wondering what kind of the world record is for slot cars, it's a class called wing cars, which actually use aerodynamic downforce to hold the cars on the track. And they will go around a 155-foot track. The world record is 1.2 seconds. So think about that. Those cars are going close to 100 miles an hour actual around a road course. So it's kind of mind-boggling. If you go on YouTube and search for Wing Car World Records, you can see some cars going around tracks 50% bigger than this in under a second and a half. John D., good day from Melbourne. Good day to you. You guys put on a great race. For us, it was last night. Formula One race from Albert Park was awesome. So we've got people watching from all over the world. It's great to see. Trying to promote Motown Raceway and the sport of 32nd scale slot car racing. Motown races here on the first Saturday and the third Sunday. They race standard 24 scale cars typically on Friday nights, and then they do drag racing as well. Drag racing is one of their most popular events. They get quite a few people out for drag racing. You may be able to see the drag race track in the background. It's kind of to the, if you're looking from the driver's viewpoint, it's to their left. Over on the back wall, a scale quarter mile for 24 scale is 55 feet. So if you want to open a slot car track with a drag strip, you better have a building that's 60 feet or more if you want to put in a full-size drag strip with a shutdown area. 2 minutes to go. Okay, Ozzy is off the track right now. He's taking his one sit-out break, and that puts Kevin in the lead overall. But he's probably run one more segment than most of the other drivers, so it's hard to tell who's actually out front. Donnie now with a 5.8, 5.7 now. So he is flying on the orange lane. I think the other racers in this group are saying move him up to the pro group. The track call. There's a minute to go in this heat, which is segment 5 of 7.
Totally different. Brain fog, it shows you why you're tired.
Now you need the wire tire.
1 minute.
They're narrowing it up now.
Let's get the wire tire.
It's going on right here.
John D says one of their top drivers is named Mark Pollard. That's a different Mark Pollard.
30 seconds.
So those of you from Australia watching this, are you just skipping work today, or so what's going on?
You're a hard racing right now, buddy.
10 seconds.
I did that. I'm guilty of start.
No, I'm sorry, 55 feet is a scale quarter mile and 24 scale.
End of stint. Please change lanes.
Scale car racer is asking for Donnie to be moved up to the pro group. So your fans out there are saying you need to be moved up to the pro group, Donnie.
I agree.
Oh,
Check out Donnie's bandage for an extra battery. They're saying you're cheating. Donnie says prove it. So yeah, he's a true racer.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
He rebuilt the controllers. He put a dimmer in the zone.
Oh, I get it, John D. So no work for you. I'm retired too. So retired is another word for saying we're old.
Telling me to quit hiding the battery in my pants.
So it looks like our friends out there from Australia are retired, so they're not working today. Did either of you go to the race at Melbourne yesterday? John D., I hear you. I did 4 races yesterday, so I'm taking the time off to do this commentating, and I am going to run the last race of the day for Revo slots. Okay, it looks like we got Donnie out front with 122, Kiwi Mike second at 119, Ozzy third at 116. So that looks like a pretty good indication of who's actually ahead, even though there's one driver sitting out. See who's going fast. Donnie with a 5.9, Kiwi with a 5.9. Kiwi's leading this heat.
Track code. 3, 2, 1, go.
One minute to go in Heat 6 of 7 in Expert Division of Formula One.
Attention, 1 minute.
Donnie running 5.8 on white, so he looks. Ooh,
That was mine.
that was a pass in the wrong place.
I kicked into Ozzy. And it turned it off the track. No, I'm. I'm right down here. Right behind Ozzy.
Right here?
Yeah, here.
Oh, I hope we have that on video.
The wings about ready to turn.
I hit the bridge.
That
I'm gonna go back and watch that.
that kink right in the middle of the straightaway and
Here
just
we go. 3,
open wheel into another car and into the bridge hard. Yeah, it's broken.
Nah, just
Looks
go
like
pushing out. Just
the axle.
Nah, I'm done. I got 38 seconds. I don't have enough time. That thing hit hard.
30 seconds.
I hope the camera was on that part of the track because that was a hard hit. Looks like it knocked the bushing out of the rear motor pod. That's going to put Kiwi Mike out in front. And that's Heat 6.
By Frankie, Mikey. By Frankie.
He wanted to get going so bad. He couldn't get you, couldn't get you to slot. Did it bend the axle?
Hey,
I don't think it bent the axle.
Catherine.
I knocked the bushings out the bottom.
Oh, shit. They're holding up everybody else.
You live and learn. I've never had a problem until now. Hey, Mark, you think you have me the new one there? I saw it after the
Yeah, chuck it at him.
Attention, 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Forgot to turn the mic back on. What I was saying is that Donnie hit that kink and it kicked the car sideways, got into Ozzy, launched his car into the bridge. There's a mark on the bridge. And it was very similar to the incident that we had about a month ago with Ian Douglas. So it was a classic Ian Douglas takeout.
We don't need it.
How you doing, everybody?
Here we go.
3, 2, 1, go.
So we're straight up now with all the cars on the track finishing. Kiwi Mike is out front with 140. Ozzy is in second with 141. So that's a battle for the lead. We'll see where Donnie comes out with the laps that he actually finished.
It's off the blue car.
3, 2, 1, go.
So we've got Kiwi, Ozzy, Jerry running 1, 2, 3, and then Donnie's already finished. So we'll have to see how many laps he has and where he falls in line with the rest of the finishers. There's no real battles on the track right now. They're all separated by a few laps. So you just got to keep plugging away and turn as many laps as you can. Kiwi with the fastest lap of 5.92 for this heat. And we're about halfway. Marty says Ian would never take anybody out. We have the video evidence and proof. If you go back on my YouTube channel and watch the race from Glen Canyon Raceway about 3 or 4 weeks ago, you'll see the incident. It was classic, and we're never going to let Ian live it down.
Here we go.
He overcooked it in the hairpin, came out of the slot, hit somebody else, which pushed him back in the slot, He continued, the other guy didn't.
Track code.
And as they say,
3,
Ian just ran out of talent, and that's obviously one of the very few times that's ever happened, but unfortunately that's the reality of that particular situation.
track code.
And as they always say, 8 wheels corner better than 4.
Well, it's actually a weaker motor. No, it's a better motor. It's a better motor. It's for
30 seconds.
14 RPM.
And since I was the beneficiary of that takeout in winning that race, I just laughed at it. I thought it was hilarious. But
They had less for it.
just saying. 15 seconds to go. We got a track call. This race is about over. Kiwi's going to take the win. Ozzy's about 5 laps down.
10 seconds.
5 seconds to go.
In the race.
And that's a race. Now it's time for me to go on the computer and do the zone correction so we get everybody in their proper position around the track. Okay, there's the results of this race, which is the expert group. Kiwi Mike, 169. Ozzy, 165. Jerry in third at 159, followed by Big John, Kevin, Farley, and Donnie, who had that problem in the last heat. Okay, that is the expert division, and now we're going to go to the pro division. And Ian's out there explaining how to do a takeout. So that's they're lining up for the pro division.
I just watched it. That was the when it came off the kid. Have to make the bathroom break.
Cost $5.
We got Braden ready to go. Larry, Ted, Braden. Come on over. What's the prognosis here? We're going to see some lap records?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Which ones do you have?
I have 3 of them. So
White, orange, and yellow.
you're just gonna reset the track record on my lanes, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
You're gonna leave Herman?
Yeah. Herman's. He
Herman's-
can keep his.
Herman's safe?
Herman can keep his.
Okay, so you heard it here that Braden is going to reset the track records only on the lanes that I have the current track record. So what that means is there's going to be a lot of track calls in this race, like every lap. As you can see, we have a lot of fun here racing at Motown and all the tracks in Northern California. If you're out there in Northern California, you got to come out and join us because we're playing with plastic cars on real tracks.
Nobody has to run their colors today.
They're marshals.
I like to reuse them, but yeah, they stick together.
What I do now?
One. That heat.
God, Mike.
69, that's so.
Hey, man, you are on fire.
Today, I'm on fire, there's some fire rocks in my
I see Ian's trying to explain himself from that takeout. Marty, I've got the freeze frames. If you want to see it, I'll show it to you.
Oh, the incident.
Yeah, it's known as the incident. And word is we have Donnie's crash on the video because we're not sure what video or what camera was live when the crash happened, but apparently we have it live and we'll get freeze frames of it.
That camera caught it.
Experts.
So we have Ian's was known as the incident. This is just going to be known as the crash. Okay, we've got 5 racers in this because this is the pro division. We lost somebody who didn't stay with us, so it looks like we're ready to go. Okay, we're ready to start the pro division, and we'll see now. You heard Braden. He said he's setting lap records on white, orange, and yellow only. So here we go. Drivers?
3, 2, 1, go.
Big crash. Who got UPS Mike got through. So big.
Frank, you didn't make it through this time. On that.
We had the big one. Four of the 5 cars. UPS Mike got through.
UPS might.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Richard says, "Go get him, UPS Mike." Hey, Richard, you need to be here. UPS and Mike out front. Top drivers are running in the 5.7s and 5.8s. Braden's at 6 flat. Frankie's off in the donut. $5.76 for UPS Mike and Ted. $5.82 for Braden. So everybody's running in the 5s. So you see why this is the pro division. $5.79 for Braden. Braden's moved up to 3rd. He's battling with UPS Mike for 2nd right now. And Braden takes it over. So he's on a tear on the white lane. Ted's still out front on green lane. Minute to go. Braden now has taken over the lead in the white lane, which is hard to do.
Attention, 1 minute left.
See Braden's car getting a little bit loose. You can tell he's pushing that true speed controller for all it's worth.
Track code.
Oh, that was it, Jim. That was it.
3, 2,
Braden said that was a track record lap, but it got destroyed by a track call. Well, we'll never know, I guess.
end of stint. Please change lanes.
One prediction from Braden goes by the wayside. He came close though, 5.69, blazing fast lap on white, but not as fast as some other guy. Dennis said Richard wore himself out turn marshalling on Friday night.
Now I know what I got my car to hold.
So that's the first heat of the pro group. Braden is out front with 30 laps. Second is Ted with 29 and a half, so about a half lap between first and second. UPS Mike is just a hair over a lap down.
What do I want to frame there?
Attention, 1 minute late.
What's it doing?
Mike, you're all by yourself on this line.
I like it.
30 seconds.
What it's doing is it's braking and holding it for such a short time. This will hold the brake longer.
Okay, getting ready to start Heat 2 of 6, Pro Division, Formula One, Motown Raceway, Modesto, California.
Three, two, one, go.
Braden at 5.70, so he's within half a tenth of Herman's record. Braden had an off. That cost him 3 seconds, which is half a lap. Braden is going for that record. Car got really sideways going down the straightaway. Halfway through heat number 2. Braden out front with 45 laps. Ted second with 44. UPS with 44.
Jim, tell Herman I'm sorry.
Braden just broke Herman's track record on the green lane. He said he wasn't going to do it. You know, we all remember when Braden used to be a nice kid, but now he's just being mean.
Attention, 1 minute
Braden comes out again. That was a long one. That was almost a lap. Braden lost on that crash, going for lap records. But he's right at a lap ahead of Ted in second. 10 seconds to go in heat number 2.
In the stint, please change lanes.
So after 2 heats, it's Braden with 60 laps. Ted with 50 and a little over 59, so about 8/10 of a lap between first and second. UPS Mike is in third. Larry's in fourth.
Attention, 1 minute.
Frankie, you're ahead of sixth. Richard says illegal motor, tear it down. Who are you talking about? I know there's one we're going to tear down.
Attention, 1 minute left.
I think we should probably do a surprise track call about halfway through the last heat and tech all the cars again. Everybody. Braden wants to know why we're going to tech the cars. Because.
The person who checked the cars wants to know why we're gonna check the cars?
We're just Braden.
Who teched Braden's car?
Yeah, well, you pick one per thing.
30 seconds.
I did.
Way to go, Frankie. Frankie teched Braden's car, so way to go, Frankie.
God, he had that steel auto motor in there.
Got to check the gears and see if you got the right gears in it. He's only got a lap lead, so we'll see what happens here. So Braden is going to blue. Ted's going to purple. There's a long, Mark just said there's a long way to go, right, Donnie?
2, 1, go.
Okay, already everybody's running in the 5-second range. Braden at a 5.7. Braden, can you set a track record on blue? Maybe it's yours. .562 for Braden, so he's flirting with his own track record. Overall, we still got Braden in first.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go. Track code. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
UPS Mike now has moved into second place. He and Ted are on the same lap. They're about a lap of almost 2 behind Braden. Richard's requesting Braden's car be torn down. Richard, I think we should tear it down before the race is over.
And if it's legal, Richard has to pay for the new motor.
Richard, the commentary here is if you request a teardown, you got to put the money up.
If it's legal.
Ooh, I felt that.
You lost something, didn't you?
No, we already lost it.
Still a one piece.
3, 2, 1, go.
UPS Mike now is running 5.6s also. 2 cars running 5.6s, 2 5.7s, and 1 at 5.8.
1 minute left.
Richard says on the chat he just wanted to say hi to his fellow racers. Hi, Richard.
Hi, Richard.
Larry says hi.
Wish you were here.
Larry says wish you were here. Nobody else said that.
30 seconds. Track code. 3, 2, 1, power. Ten seconds.
And that's the end of the third heat, so we're halfway through the race.
Change lanes.
Got Braden at 91.3, UPS Mike at 88, so Braden got a pretty healthy lead now. Ted's dropped back to third.
Frankie's fighting his way back.
Larry and Frankie are within about a third of a lap each other. Actually, Ted and Larry and Frankie are all on 86 laps, so it's a battle for the last podium spot.
Let's take a look at it.
Mark.
Attention, 1 minute, 30 seconds.
This up. Jim, reach out for me. This.
That won't hit it.
Oh, okay. Nope.
John D., the lowest temperature of Melbourne was for the Sunday race. Yeah, you're at the end of summer there, I think, aren't you?
Attention, 1 minute left.
I have to pause.
Do we need a pause?
Got a little bit of a track repair going on, but looks like we can get it completed before the, without having to delay the race. Braden's going to purple.
Looks like it's got an idea.
30 seconds.
What kind of screw is it?
No, it's a body screw. That's a body screw, that other one. Definitely Frankie's.
For us, what? A small head slotted?
3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, just past halfway in this race. This is heat 4 of 6.
Track
That's the
code.
only way it gets loose.
3, 2, 1, go.
The pinion breaking itself loose.
Track code. 3, 2, 1, power. Track code. 3, 2, 1, go.
1 minute down in heat 4. of the Formula One Pro Division race. UPS Mike flying out there with a 5.6. Braden with a 5.6 on purple. The slowest car in this race is a 5.8. Larry down to a 5.7. Ted down to a 5.7.
Yeah, we've done it before. It can be. No, you don't want to get shocked that up though.
3, 2, 1, go.
We bring down each style. Before we try to take it out. But, you know, it's kind of weird. We gotta,
Attention, 1 minute.
Yeah, Ian, Frankie is definitely struggling. Marco says, I will be driving the van. So he must have heard me make the comment. Marco, glad you're out there watching. So everybody around the track is laughing, Marco. Hey, Marco, does the van have insurance now? For those of you that, I'll save my comment for a second. And that's the end of heat number 4. Braden out front with 122. Second is UPS Mike with 118. It's good to see Marco out there. And the comment I was going to make is, for those of you that think that these toy plastic cars belong on the floor at your house, Marco and a group of friends and a couple other teams from the United States are going to Italy in a couple months to race in a huge race, the likes of which 24 scale has probably never seen in their lifetime. I don't want to knock 24 scale. It's its own niche, and everybody has their own favorites. But, yeah, to go over to Italy and race with a couple hundred other people with these, quote, toy cars, kind of says something about these toy cars. John D, yes, these are Scale Auto and NSR cars, but it is an NSR control motor. So if you run the NSR car, you can run it stock motor, stock gears. If you run the Scale Auto chassis, you have to switch to the NSR motor. And you can keep your Scale Auto gears, but you've got to change to the same ratio as the NSR. So it's a spec motor, spec ratio. Dennis says Braden is just warming up to attack yellow and orange. Braden, you got a fan club out there.
we already broke one, but
30 seconds.
I didn't mean to. Oh, Mike's all alone over there.
That's what I like.
Yep, thanks, Marty. We're pretty serious about these toy cars.
you're looking, I was like, okay.
Thank God it's red.
Okay.
Thanks for keeping it out of the way.
And John D, if you're asking what's the majority of the cars, I would say it's probably more NSR than Scale Auto, but for whatever reason why it has a lot to do with the people running them, the drivers. The Scale Auto have gravitated to the top of the field and been winning most of the races lately, but that may be more the people driving them than the brand. They're both very good. Yesterday's race at Glen Canyon Raceway, which is a smaller home track, really close race. I won the race with a Scale Auto. Gary, I think, was second with an NSR, so they're both very competitive. Somebody, oh, that was Braden off. Well, that's a 9-second lap, so he just lost another half a lap.
That was the lap Ray back there too. Ray, that was the one.
I keep hearing from the crowd every time Braden comes off, that was the lap. Well, I guess it wasn't.
Hit it.
Trust me, if I see you getting a fast lap, I'm going to hit the track call button. I have that power too. Minute down in this heat. John D, there's really no preference between Scale Auto and the NSR. They're both really good. They're both really fast. I've been running the Scale Auto. Braden is running a Scale Auto car right now. I think Herman was running, well, when Herman had the track record that Braden took away on that lane, I think he's running a Scale Auto. So for what it's worth, Scale Auto has the track record on all the different lanes. Ted was running awfully fast before. I think he's running an NSR today. I'm not sure. Okay, I think we're going to have a track call. Braden just got one of my track records.
Track call.
There you go, track call.
Yeah, it was you.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, power. Attention, 1 minute left.
In this class, we do allow you to change chassis within the brand. So if you're running an NSR, you can run the firm or the stock or the stiff or the soft, whatever stiffness of chassis is open for this class. The motor and the gear ratio is spec. Tires are open. You do have to run the F1 wheels if the tires are open.
30 seconds. Track call. 3, 2, 1, go. Ten seconds. End of stint. Please change lanes.
5 heats down, 1 to go. The differences between the Scale Auto and the NSR. One of the differences, we talked about guide lead earlier today, that the shorter guide lead tends to be a more nimble car, maybe harder to drive. The longer guide lead tends to be more stable. The Scale Auto car has a slightly longer guide lead than the NSR car. So that's one of the differences.
Attention. 1 minute. 30
So after the 5 heats, we've got Braden at 153 almost. Second is UPS Mike at 147, close to 148. Ted is third, 146. Larry at 144, Frankie at 143. So it looks like Braden has got this unless he pulls a Donnie.
Attention. 1 minute left.
Yeah. Mike, it's up to you, buddy. Take him out. It's all up to you.
Okay, this is the last heat of the Formula One. After this, we'll take a pretty quick break because we got to get the track reset for the Revo slot cars. So there won't be a huge break. Revo slot will just be one big round robin. We run the GT2 cars and the Group 2 sedan cars, but we run them combined. Right today we're running them combined. You pick the one you want to run, and they run together, but there's separate podiums for each class.
Strategy on which one to run compared to everybody else.
So yeah, you can pick which one you want to run. Look who else is running in your class. Maybe, well, I don't want to run with that guy, so I'll run the other class.
2, 1, go.
I know Braden and I are going to be running the slower car. We're going to be running the Group 2 sedans. Speaking of the incident, the last race we did that, Braden tried to attack me with his Group 2 car and put it on the floor when he missed. See if he can be more successful this time. And Braden is off. So that was an 8-second lap. So every time you have an off, even with a good car, Marshall, you're going to lose half a lap. So all you guys out there that race slot cars, takes a long time to pick up a half a lap by trying to go a couple hundredths faster. No real battles right now. Everybody's separated by a couple of laps or so.
3, 2, 1, power. Track code. 3, 2, 1.
About halfway through the last heat. John D asked I guess he's asking me what's my preferred car for Group 2. I have a BMW, I have an Opel. The Opel is the faster of the two. And I know Ian is running an Opel and Braden's running an Opel, so that seems to be the consensus on this track. The Opel, again, back to the guide lead. The Opel's a little bit longer guide lead, so these little short sedans, it makes it a little bit more stable.
Wait, Jim. What is the roll on the tire? He gets to clean his tires. Do we all? Do we all?
Don't.
Go on the floor.
One person gets in.
Because I don't want to leave any. Down force?
We got a car go on the floor, so the question is, if a car goes on the floor or we have carpet here, he's allowed to clean tires. You don't want to track that dirt on the lanes for other drivers. So there's been a question on if one car goes on the floor, should everybody get to clean their tires so you don't get an advantage by going on the floor? So there's a couple ways to think about it. If you go on the floor, that's just a disadvantage on its own. So that's the rule we're considering. If one car goes on the floor and gets to clean tires, then everybody gets to clean tires also to keep the playing field level. 30 seconds, so a little bit more than 30 seconds to go. So we're about at the conclusion of this race. One last track call for a car stop right before the counter.
3, 2, 1, finish.
And that's going to be a race. Braden finishes with 183. Second is UPS Mike with 177.
76 white.
Yep. Okay, that's a race. Formula One is over, and Revo slot will be coming up fairly soon.
You will have a new announcer.
I'm done at the mic. I'm done at the mic. And so I'm going to actually race in this race. And we'll see if Braden can put me on the floor like he did last week.
Sorry, audio is off. It's probably pretty quiet. I don't know how long ago that was, but see ya, Dennis. Hope you enjoyed. You think it's good? When do you think I should shut it off, Jim?
You need one lap? Part of the track?
Alright guys, pull them in. Track's gonna shut off. Yep, pull them in.
Alright, this is your guest announcer, Motown Mark, the owner of Motown Raceway. We want to thank everybody for attending our live streaming event. Period. We want to plan more of these live streaming events across different areas of our slot car experience, both the 132nd, the 124th, which we did live stream 124th action on this same track on Friday. So I know there's a couple people asking that question, and I encourage you to go to Motown Raceway on YouTube, go to our site, and check out that video where these cars are going around in 5.5 seconds or more. The cars on Friday were going around this track at about 3.6, 3.5 seconds. So it's considerably faster action for those cars. A lot of downforce cars, as you can probably surmise. So we're going to line up the cars here. Like as Jim said, there's a mix of both Revo slot GT2 and Revo slot Group 2 cars. The strategy being, in my opinion, see who's racing what. Your best chance for a podium finish is dependent on who's running what car. So I think there's some upfront strategy here, and we'll see who took advantage of that. So all the car lineup is done, the pictures are taken, tech is done. People are going to put their cars back into tech, and we'll line up it going. So Braden's going to be on the track with his, I think Jim said is a Group 2. I don't even know who's racing what. So Mark Perkins is lining up his car right now. He's racing GT2. Jim is racing a Group 2. And this is a round-robin event, just with the same cars on the track. Braden is Group 2. I'm sure UPS Mike will be Group 2. He loves his group. UPS Mike loves his Group 2s. Jim, of course, as we said, is with his Group 2. We don't know.
I'll take back over announcing. You want to drive my car?
Yeah, I could probably drive that car. It's Jim's car. I could be successful because it's Jim's car. Car drives itself, doesn't it?
You know, Braden tried to attack me in the last race.
Well, I think I'm surprised. I think Braden ran his Group 2 just to come after you.
Well, I asked him before what he was going to run.
Yeah. So, if you look out there, we've got 5 Group 2s and 1 GT2. So the question of the day is, Mark Perkins has automatic podium because everybody else ran Group 2. See, that's strategy. No, I don't know that. I'm just saying. But yeah, 5 Group 2s against 1 GT2. In theory, GT2 should have superior lap count as compared to the Group 2s, but you know, drivers come into play there. And Mark Perkins is no slouch as far as the driver goes. All right, well, the drivers are getting lined up. We'll get this going. Kathy's on the button. We want to thank our race director, Kathy Wilbur. She's over there in the end. May not seem like she's doing nothing, but she is actually the one on control of the track calls. So here we go. Everybody ready? Everybody. Okay. Here we go.
3, 2, 1, power.
Normally there's a mass crash in the beginning of these. Group 2s are a little bit top heavy. Braden came off already. Braden came off again. He's got to keep the car on. He's going to beat Jim. UPS Mike and Jim are off to a quick lead on the rest of the field. Multiple D slots already for quite a few drivers. Track call because the car came off on the lead onto the drivers.
1, power.
UPS Mike are already off to a two lap lead on pretty much everybody. Yes, Mike is about to lap Braden. Braden's trying to stay ahead of him. And Mike got him. Braden came off again.
3, 2, 1, go.
So right now, Jim is in first, Mike is in second, Mark Perkins is in third, Dino Donnie is in fourth, Big John is in fifth, and Braden is in sixth place. About 2 laps off the pace.
Attention, 1 minute left. Track code.
We have a unique format for the Revo slot in that we race any styles you want and just deliver 2 podiums, 1 for each type of car and not for each level of driver. "43 seconds left in this stint." Jim is taking a lap lead on the rest of the field. UPS Mike is a close second, followed by Mark Perkins. Then Braden, then John, and then Donnie. Braden's moved up from 6th to 4th at this point, but he's still multiple laps off the lead. So right now, Jim's in the lead with 26.79 laps, followed by UPS Mike, about just under a lap behind. Mark Perkins is 25.84. Of course, he's in the GT2 instead of all the other Group 2s. Then followed by Braden with 23.5 laps. Big John's close behind Braden at 23.2. And Dino Donnie's right behind John, 23.21 to John's 23.22. Very close racing so far.
30 seconds.
You're on deck, Larry. Hey, Larry, you're on deck. Thank you. Larry, you're on deck.
Larry, you're on deck.
Thank you very much.
And Larry's on deck. Everyone has told Larry that he's on deck, so I think Larry knows he's on deck.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Excuse my coughing. If you look at the track records for this field, Mike Stahl, who's not here, owns a few of the lap records, but Ted controls all the lap records to this race. Ted, of course, is in the field. He's just not up to race yet, so we'll see what happens there. They all seem very easily achievable. My guess is that those records were with a GT2, not a Group 2. Just looking at the speed. So it depends. We'll see what Ted races.
3, 2, 1, go.
And Braden came off. And Ozzy came in this time. So Braden will be back towards the end of the heats. That's the way it works.
Track code. 3, 2, 1, power. Track code. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Maybe hope you one of those.
1 minute. Track code. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, so Jim and Mark Perkins are both hanging at 23 laps this session. UPS Mike is close behind with about a lap and a half down. And again, Mark is running the slightly superior GT2 car, so it's relative to how many other GT2s are running. As of this time, it's still only him on the track with the GT2. I think that was good strategy on his part. If that can get him on the podium. It is a strategy game, this race.
on deck.
Hey, I got the wheelers just the front too,
Attention,
Jim.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
I found some different color.
In the previous order didn't supply you with insurance?
No.
UPS Mike is in the hunt with Jim, but he's about 3 laps down right now.
1 minute left.
I don't think Jim's going to have a flat tire, so going to have to outdrive him.
I know, that's gonna be awesome.
Super slow-mo.
So it gets dinner done. Get a load for dinner.
Should have pulled the driver out for concussion protocol.
30 seconds.
They broke the car, so.
He didn't have concussion, I don't know who did.
So I'd say for GT2 podium right now, of course, it's Mark.
I saw it happen in slow-mo.
And for podium right now for Group 2, it is, of course, Jim, UPS Mike, and potentially Donnie. I'm sorry, Ozzy. We've got John and Donnie that are close behind with
Here we go.
less than a lap off.
2, 1, go.
So still way early.
This way, I did.
Track code.
All right, Jim's car had a malfunction. That's what. Here we go.
Here we go. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Track.
Track code.
You gonna give Jim the opportunity to switch it out? Yeah.
We'll wait.
So Jim had we're a friendly bunch here. We're not killer instinct. So it looks like Jim had a controller issue here. So we're going to give him the opportunity to change out his controller. The question really is it the controller or the car? Jim thinks it's the controller. So that could be the lap. That could be the break everyone was looking for. Now's your time, guys.
I'll take the disruptor off the track.
Okay, here we go.
Try it again here.
2, 1, go.
That was the controller because Jim took off. So we won't talk about what controller he was using. Of course, you could always look back and see, but all controllers have glitches every now and then, as the True Speed proponents know. The infamous blow the fuse routine. So we have a mix of Third Eyes here and True Speeds, and I think a DeFalco even is in the mix. So everyone still uses different controllers. You know, Jim gave him back a lap, but nobody can seem to take advantage of that right now. Right now, Mark Perkins is on the board with a 6.375 lap with his GT2, and
Here we go.
everybody else is hanging around average of 6.5. John's having a little difficulty on white right now with a lap time, but he'll get on a different lane and recover nicely, I know.
3, 2, 1,
Yellow one
power.
must have been arranged.
Donnie and So Jim's at 15 laps, and other people have caught him up a little bit. So Jim's slipped a little bit, but not enough to be, not enough to worry about yet. Jim's on yellow, has come off a few times. Larry came off a few times. Right now, Larry's in the hunt with 21 laps.
30 seconds.
Larry's running a GT2, so with Mark, he's now running a GT2, so performing very well for him.
10 seconds.
On the track right now, I think we have 4 Group 2s and 2 GT2s.
End of stint. Please change lanes.
If I look at Mark Perkins and Larry, they are virtually tied, about a 0.4 difference, 0.35 difference advantage for Mark Perkins at heat. So it's relative to how they're going to finish total. As Larry just came in, you can't really go by that yet, but if you extrapolate it out, you kind of see where things are going.
30 seconds.
So Jim faltered a little bit that time with a 24.28 laps. Ozzy had 25.35. And Donnie had 24.99. John had 22, almost on the nose. For the group, those are for the Group 2s, and then we had Mark Perkins and Larry, as I said earlier, 26.5 laps average.
Attention, 1 minute.
We again are so looking forward to May 17th and 18th, and earlier, hopefully, for the Electric Dreams developed MR slot car race. We are very hopeful that it will be received well down in LA, and we will get some more of the LA drivers up here than we have in the past. They know we're going to return the compliment in June, where Electric Dreams will have their version of the same race, MR Slot Car Challenge down in LA. So there'll be 2 races, both run by Electric Dreams. One will be at Motown and one will be at Electric Dreams. So we're hoping the racers will take part in both events, and there will be some opportunity to podium in both races. That would be something. And we appreciate Electric Dreams for their interest and willingness to do this. It's been many months in the making, and many more months to go before we'll have it in effect. But I know we're going to pull it off in an excellent manner with Electric Dreams' help. We are a little different up here than they are down there, as if you've been to both places, you know. But at the same time, we will do it in the Motown way, but using the Electric Dreams for guidance. So we've got Larry and Mark Perkins.
Three, two, one.
Side by side. Let's see what Ted's running.
Here we go. 3, 2.
Looks to me like Ted is running a GT2. So now we have Ted, Larry, and Mark Perkins all running GT2s. The remainders are running GT2s. You don't get extra laps for how many times it spins.
1, go.
Jim is on orange. He's had a couple of deslotting problems recently. HFS Racing, yes, that's a new controller for Jim, and it is, it's been excellent for him so far. I'm sure it's just a little minor glitch, and it'll be back.
Track call. 3, 2, 1, power.
Motown, of course, is the home track for the local produced Third Eye controllers. That has a new name, by the way. It used to be Third Eye Technologies, but thanks to Justin Zimmerman, who bought Third Eye Technologies and now has renamed it Third Eye Controllers. We have a lot of racers that run Third Eye controllers on every aspect of our tracks, both drag, road, and the 132nd. So Third Eye produces controllers for every aspect of our racing.
No time lost right there.
So again, we thank Justin Zimmerman for all his hard work in restoring this brand. And we hope he continues to advance the technology that he's working on. So Jim is hanging with Ted, Larry, and Mark with his Group 2, even though they're racing GT2s.
In the stint. Please change the
On standby is Frankie. Frankie be coming back in.
Frank, Jim's right next to you. You know what to do.
Even though it shows the standby on the screen on purple, that's not where they come back in. Just so you know, that's just a color marker, which is something I think Lapmaster should figure out how to do. It sure would. It'd be a little more slick. For those of you who are unfamiliar with the Lapmaster software, Motown upgraded all our tracks and all our computer systems. If you look around the video, you see we have about 14 or 15 TV screens here. We have 3 for the 132nd track. We have 3 for the road track. We have 3 for the drag track, but then we also have an additional 4 or 5 for the drags that show our pro pairing software. So we're a big proponent on the Dragster pro pairing, and we're a big proponent of Lapmaster on both our tracks. We were, it was a fearful change for us. We thought it'd be much worse than it was. We did the 132nd track first, thanks to Donnie Bogert, and Braden Pollard and Frankie and Rhonda and Richard for reworking the flat track back when we changed that all over. And when we did the flat track, we were able to do our Blue Hill Climb track in just under 3 hours. So all the fear we had, and fear that was put into us by people that didn't know, was for naught. So we have new computers, new monitors, new TVs, new hardware, new software. Everything's new at Motown. So we're trying to make it a better experience for the racers, and everyone so far has been positive about those changes we put in. All right, we're off on heat number 5 of 14. Of course, when I relate to the monitors we have, I always say we just need one more monitor, one more TV, and everybody groans. So I wanted to put a TV in the back so the turn marshals could look up and see a TV in the back, and everyone said it would distract them, so I didn't do it, but I really wanted to. Black Friday deals have been good for me. Jim's off to a good race here right now. Frankie came into the race with the GT2. So right now it's about we got Frankie, Mark, Ted, and Larry with the GT2, and we've got Jim and Ozzy with the Group 2 right now.
Track code. 3, 2, 1, go. Attention, 1 minute left. Seconds.
All right, right now.
3, 2, 1, go.
Right now, looking at the GT2s, we've got Ted really in the lead with 25 laps. Frankie's close behind Mark, and Larry right there also. So it's very close, but Ted has about a 1 lap lead on the other 3 people. We appreciate Ozzy coming all the way here from his home. I know he's going back home, but we appreciate him coming here for racing. He, of course, was down at Electric Dreams for that race. We have 31 people watching the live stream right now. We've been, I think we've had upwards of 40 at some time. I don't know the unique visitors. We'll know that at the end. But we are streaming on NorCal's, as I think Jim said, we're streaming on NorCal's site. Take advantage of Jim's subscriber base. This will be put onto Motown once we're done. We do go back and forth, streaming on Motown and NorCal. We'll see what happens. Of course, the May 17th and 18th MR Slot Car Challenge race will be on Electric Dreams' home site. Motown is just hosting the race, but it's their race, and we again thank them very much for the upcoming race, and we're really excited to see where this takes us. It's time to go home.
30 seconds.
Someone's not happy in the background. I think it's time to go home, or somebody missed a nap. One of the two. If you're a parent, you've been there. Not much you can do. Jerry's on deck.
Three, 2, 1, go.
And we're off. Braden, who's sitting down in the hole, is going, when is it my turn to come back in?
Oh, everyone's at GT2 and that
Ozzy's the only one left over with a GT2. It looks like everyone else is running, or Group 2, everyone else is running GT2, so they're starting to take over the environment. Kevin's on board now with the car I like. As Revo saw it, it's STP. It's got the Richard Petty blue and markings. Haven't seen too many of those, so like that. Looks a little loose out there. I think he'll clean his tires and it'll be all set after. Very tight race right now between Larry, Ted, and Mark Perkins. And Frankie, of course. So those four are all on the same lap. Once in a while.
Attention, 1 minute.
Kevin and Ozzy aren't far behind. They're only about a lap out. I've noticed Kevin's racing greatly being improved here the last few times he's been out. He's a newer racer. Ozzy doesn't have the opportunity to race with us too often, a few times a year, but we appreciate having him around when he's here.
30 seconds.
Again, this is Motown Mark. I'm the owner of Motown Raceway. I've owned Motown for a little over a year and a few months. And it's been a great adventure. Sometimes it's fun, sometimes it's not, as you can imagine, owning a business. But I think the customer base we have here has made it a lot easier than it could be. We have a growing customer base in some areas. The 132nd racing group has certainly grown, and it supports a lot of the operations of the shop. So what we had to do there is we do when someone comes off, we do a zone correction. The track, as you can see, is numbered. Was pretty interesting. We were trying to figure out how other tracks number their tracks. So we actually built a rolling counter, and it rides in a lane, and we rolled the track and marked it. We got the total length of the track in inches, actually in centimeters, and then we divided that by 100, and then we taped and marked the track, and we put the stickers in accordingly. So it's divided into 100 sections, and that's how we do it. We took great notice of Electric Dreams when they brought the Nylon Raceway over, how they rebuilt that track. That was a track at Buena Park that they purchased. So we're very interested in how they painted it and rebuilt it.
3, 2, 1, power. Track call.
Kevin, make it through? Yeah. Yep, he got it. Yep. Yeah, you can see it.
Three, two, one, go.
Ozzy's hanging on as the only Group 2 in the field here. He's going, what did I do to myself?
Track call. we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
So Ted actually has a new track, a new record for purple today at a 6.210. That's with the GT2. Ted also got the record for blue with the 6.14, and that's it. So it's in this particular race, it's very arbitrary depending on what type of car, Group 2 or GT2 has a track record. But Ted has certainly got a couple of those back. Ted came off there, gave other people a chance to catch up a little bit. 4 people on 11 laps right now. Frankie's actually got a small lead on Ted and Larry.
3, 2, 1.
With Kevin being about a half a lap behind, and Ozzy and Jerry fighting for some positioning. Scale Car Racer, appreciate the comments. We're trying to do what we can to not just keep the hobby alive, but grow the hobby up here. People don't know this that haven't lived in Modesto, but there used to be several tracks in Modesto short 20 years ago. We are the only track now within about an hour and a half of here. There's a track up in Sacramento, Fast Track Hobbies, a shout out to them in Rockland, Dwight up there. And then there's some rumored tracks, commercial tracks down San Jose area, but I think they're not to our scale. We have a lot of home tracks here, in Santa Cruz, San Jose, and a lot of the people in this that are racing here today tend to race at those home tracks on occasion. Braden and I are hoping to make it up to Fast Track Hobbies at the end of this month when they have their monthly race with this group, and that'll be a first. 27? Yeah. Was only 2 off. That's pretty darn good. All right, we have Jerry just came back in, and he's got group 2.
3, 2, 1, go.
We're losing wings on some of the cars. Looks like Kevin lost his wing. I had the mic off, Ian. That's an FYI. But I'm back now. I have no idea what else he's fishing over there. He's catching some pike or something.
Attention, 1 minute left.
So it looks like Jim replaced the fuse on his controller, so he's okay now. Ozzy's got something going on over there. I assume he's filming from above. It's a close heat. 4 people at in the 23s and 2 in the 20s.
2, 1, go.
I know it's glowing.
Larry's in his last heat. 20 seconds to go.
Track code.
Larry's got a chance to hit 160 laps here.
2, 1, go. End of stint. Please change lanes.
All right, Larry, 159. We're gonna see zone correction. What is he?
95.
95. 1 off. Larry, you missed 160. All right, so Larry.
It's okay, I'll retrieve my own code.
Larry leaves with a 159.95 with his I can't reach. Where's
Attention, 1 minute.
you need Ozzy with his extendo pole. Somebody grab Larry's car. Mr. Farley, could you grab Larry's car there?
Farley, can you grab that? And then hand it to me.
Throw it at him.
All right, guys, everyone.
Take care, Mark. Mr. Mark Perkins has to leave. We appreciate him being out along with Ozzy. We appreciate them both being here. Hoping they had fun, of course.
1 minute left.
Barbados has left the building.
Yeah, Barbados, yep. When new people come in, we tell them about, don't come in trying to be competitive, but, just in case, we usually tell who's going to be competitive down the road and who's in it just for fun. So we try to lead them down the right road in their purchases so at least they can turn those purchases into a competitive environment if they so choose. But you'll find when you get here, people bring old cars to us. We try to get them running for them, and we'll advise them. And in the 132nd world, everyone here is super friendly. There's no secrets. People don't hide gear ratios and everything else that you may find in other types of road racing. Rely on your skill, not on your secrets. That's what I always say. The previous owner, Gene, says he beats people on the bench because people don't put enough time into their cars, and I think that holds true even in this 132nd world. So, more attention you pay to detail, the more you learn. You can learn a ton on YouTube, and the more you learn, the better off you'll be in this type of racing. I can tell you my grandson Braden, who's you can see today, is a pretty decent driver. His part of his skill level comes from what Gene says, beating him on the bench, watching YouTube videos from other people, looking up close to what other people are doing in the cars, and asking questions. You know, stick your nose into a conversation here or there, or listen, even if you're not in the conversation. And the stuff you pick up in this 132nd world is very valuable, because we race 9 different classes, soon to be 10 different classes of cars, and every one of them are different, and everyone wants to know how to make the car faster. Sometimes it's you, the driver, that has to get faster, but you know, get the cars where they're competitive, and then work on your own driving skill, period. I keep saying period like I'm doing a text message, so I apologize for that. If it's a drinking game, I think you're about 4 shots into the game right now. Ted's in the lead, as you can see, with 17.89 laps. Ted hasn't conquered his own lane record yet, though. Lane record, did I say that right? So Ted's lane record is 6.208, and he's right now his best time is 6.247. So we're going to see if Ted can beat his own record.
Track call. 3, 2, 1, power. He's changed lanes.
All right, well, Ted leaves with 167.85. I think that's pretty insurmountable, so I would probably tell you Ted in a GT2 class is it. Oops, sorry, I was busy. Okay, I'm sorry, what is it? 88. Got it. Sorry, we do what we call a lane correction, as I mentioned earlier, so every time somebody comes off for their last stint, we correct that record.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
We did a race on our other track a few weeks ago, and after 302 laps, the winning car was 1 foot ahead of the second place car. 300 and some laps in, so it shows you it pays to keep track of everybody.
More race commentating.
I'm being told more race commentating and less commercials, but they don't realize I own a business. They're just here racing. I'm commentating to pay for the lights, right?
Well, we're gonna need a turn marshal, so.
So I guess I'll be off commentating, and I have to go turn marshal, so you guys don't get to hear my wonderful voice anymore. Hey. So. All right.
My head's down until I get called up.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
I'm back. They told me to go away. Sign they don't like my turn marshaling, so I feel that's working out just right. Frankie's making a run at the podium here. He knows he has to get some laps. Frankie's running his GT2. He knows that Larry's in first with 167, and I'm sorry, Ted's in first with 167, and Larry's got 159.95. Frankie's 15 laps. He should be able to do that. Braden's back on. So as you recall, Braden ran one heat and then he's been off until the heat number 10. So that's the way it works. UPS Mike is on standby. He's next back in. Jerry and Braden are the two running Group 2s. Everyone else out there is running GT2s. Revo slot is the brand. Some people like Revo slots because they're more impervious to damage compared to some of the other brands.
Attention, 1 minute left.
They still have pieces that can fall off them, of course. But the chassis wise, being a steel chassis, it seems to be a little more hardened. They're not as fast as some of the other brands and cars, but racing within your own brand, it seems to be very competitive.
In the stint, please change lanes.
So Frankie is taking second place with 163. I'm sorry.
70 on white.
70.
I tried to catch you. Yeah, good for a photo.
70, right?
I'll just hand it to you over here.
All right.
Attention.
So Frankie is in second place. I don't see anybody getting by him. But you never know. So now we're going to have UPS Mike is back in the fold, replacing Frankie. Coming in on green. UPS Mike, of course, will be running a Group 2.
Right here? You were fast. I didn't even see you come on.
God bless you, Larry, for doing the whole.
30 seconds.
He used to be able to do that with this.
Oh, my hip doesn't bother.
Larry.
Yeah.
Larry.
What? Oh.
I'm on green.
Oh, you're on green?
My fault.
He'll be off white real quick.
Yeah. You know he doesn't like.
Jerry, yeah, I'll take this side.
I was just going to say, something doesn't seem right there, guys. No, wait. There's two cars on green. There's two cars on green. Wait.
Okay,
Okay. Braden was on the wrong lane. Mike didn't know what lane he was on, so it's those Group 2 guys. The GT2 guys knew where they were supposed to be, though. Braden knows he's got to make a big push if he's going to try and sneak up on Jim. So does UPS Mike. I think the remainder of the guys running GT2s are battling for podium spot. As I think Larry and Frankie have them sewed up. Kevin's putting on a hectic race trying to get on the podium. He's got a potential of maybe 44, 152 laps maybe at this pace. The Kiwi Mike. We'll have something to say about that. Jerry's got a couple more heats to go. So yeah, if that spot in the podium is up for grabs.
Track code. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go. I like the big numbers on this. Attention, 1 minute.
Jerry had a little mishap there.
Track code.
Jerry's fighting for that podium position for Group 2. Right now we have UPS Mike, Jerry, and Braden all running Group 2s. The other 3 are running GT2s.
30 seconds.
We're in heat 11 of 14.
10 seconds.
About 20 minutes to go for the day.
Please change lanes.
All right, so we had UPS Mike with 26.3 laps. Braden behind him by a half a lap. I'm sorry. What is it?
21 on the light.
21.
Frankie, I was right past the start line.
All right, Kevin leaves with 148.21. I thought he'd be hit 150, but he was a couple laps under what I thought.
Attention, 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Sunday or Saturday? On the endurance. Yeah, I do remember him down there. Yeah.
And you do realize
Three, two, one, go.
You know, he used to be able to say, yeah, then you just relax driving home. You know, in the right lane, instead of 55.
Braden and Jerry, both with Group 2s. Trying to fight that out. UPS Mike is coming up behind them. Oop, looks like Mike overtook Jerry. Braden's got about a 3/4 lap on Mike right now. So Mike's still ahead overall by 2 laps.
But they don't have the radar on it. A lot of these cops are parked on the side and traffic control that way, slowing everybody down. And then you see some gas coming too. Yeah, that's a good one. That's very easy to put in. I think it's put it in like sugar. Yeah, USB or LiDAR, you can use the case port. Mine just got a USB or USB-C.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Can you see, Rick?
2, 1, go. Understand. Please change lanes.
Kathy?
Attention, 1 minute left.
Hey, Kathy? Here we go, second to last heat. What do we got out there? We've got 1, 2, 3 Group 2s, it looks like. 4 Group 2s and 2 GT2s. So here we go. The fight is on for Group 2.
gotta watch that kid, man. You gotta watch him, Mike. You gotta watch him.
PS Mike's got Braden by about a lap and a half.
1, go.
You'll see a little battle going on there. Both with Group 2s. Braden's on yellow, and Mike is on purple. Right next to one another.
Just great, you should look at it.
Mike is maintaining his lead over Braden. Kiwi Mike is shooting for a podium spot. Kiwi Mike's on white. He just deslotted, but got an excellent chance. Braden's got a little bit of room back on Mike, but he's not going to have enough time, I don't think, to catch him. Mike would have to have a couple serious D-slots to give Braden a chance to pass him by. Kiwi Mike is on his way to a podium spot from what I see. He's got to pass Larry's 159.9. He's got 30 seconds. Should be not a problem.
30 seconds.
Or maybe it will. It's close. Donnie came off there a little bit. Kiwi Mike is not going to do it. Kiwi Mike. What? 15? Did I hear 15? What's the number I heard? I'm sorry, what number was Kiwi Mike? 15. 15.
Attention, 1 minute, 30 seconds.
All right, well, it's going to be a fight to the end, I think. Kiwi Mike comes off. And Jim comes back in. Jim's going to try to defend his lap count going into the end. So it'll be Braden, UPS Mike, and Jim, and I think that's the only ones running G Group 2s, and Donnie, 25, he's got his work cut out for him for GT2. I don't think anybody else can catch on GT2.
Hope it's not going to slide though.
Jim, as you can see, is about a lap and a half ahead of UPS Mike and about 3 laps ahead of Braden. Braden, you know the call. A little kick action. If you ain't rubbing, you ain't racing. If you ain't rubbing, you ain't racing. Help your buddy Mike out.
I'll wait for him.
Here we go.
2,
Last
1,
heat.
Go.
So Jim is in the lead for Group 2 with about a lap and a half. So is Braden going to play the spoiler here and try to nudge Jim out of the way for UPS Mike? We'll see. Braden and Farley. Braden's the first to 5. Braden's on orange. That's the qualifying lane. In the center of the track, so you should be able to get some mileage out of that. There's Mike's on yellow, so it's not a bad lane either. It's going to come down to who doesn't come out. Mike just came out. Braden had his chance at Jim there. You let him go. Jim's going to, but every other turn, Jim can take Braden out. There they go. All 3 of them side by side almost. Donnie's Donnie's fighting for position. Donnie says it ain't over yet. Braden sneaks past Jim momentarily. UPS Mike, John came out. Oh, Donnie came out. And Jim came out. So right now, Jim's at 145. Mike is at 143. Braden at 142. Very close racing with a minute to go.
Attention, 1 minute left.
The podium for GT2 is all but decided. So now we're just looking to see who's going to hit the podium for Group 2. And what order. Braden's got the lap lead for this lap at 20. He's got 146, but UPS Mike is staying well ahead of him. So something would have to happen. So watch UPS Mike on yellow and Braden on orange. Whoever comes off the least will win. Jim is in a solid lead right now. No one's going to catch Jim. Mike has a shot, but Jim would have to have some severe difficulty. Jim's in cruise mode right now, so he knows he's just got to. All right. Farley's car on white. Gotta talk loud, guys. Sorry. 76. I'll repeat them all. So, green.
59 for green.
59.
59.
59. I like that. Orange. 30. Whoop. 30, not 39. Blue. 58. Oh, yellow. 4-3. I like the way Jerry says it. And purple.
I sucked them into that one.
2-8. Is that Jim's card? No. Okay. Here we go. So we ended up with Ted. Ted, Frankie, and Larry are for GT2. Let me print this so I get it going. And then Jim, UPS Mike, and Braden. And that's the way they finish. And we're doing that because we know what cars they ran. So for GT2, Ted, Ted, Frankie, Larry, and for Group 2, Jim, UPS, Mike, and Braden. We thank everybody for being here for our live streaming today. Thank you. We're signing off.
Yeah, made by Bridge. Sure, you just gotta hit him at the right time.
Starting to get tired of drinking.
You only have one off? Two. Two off. Oh, that's so cool. Put you right with him. Two off, that's four times. Other than the little ones first? Mike, where's Clark? Almost all.
Okay, so for group 2, Jim, UPS, Mike, and Brandon. Anybody see the big
He lives here, so.
Barbados chicken.
What?
The big stickers.
How far behind were you, Mike?
One lap. Mike's two offs.
Come on, Mike.
Mike's two offs killed me, man.
Mike.
Jim out
I slowed him down a whole lap for you.
Anybody see the big play stickers?
Must have been that, must be that,
On top of the rail? No?
Yeah.
You had him last.
Yeah, you had him.
Yeah, thank that'll help me find them. Thanks.
You put him down.
Well, they can't be very far. I know they didn't walk out the door. How long you think your service will be?
We'll go back on the 26th, so talk to him then.
All right.
Oh, so you had them.
alright. Just the
No, the
back.
desk had one.
Take the...
There you go, Bill.
My light's drooping out, Mike.
No, I'm like mostly charged.
You got the paper?
It's charged right now.
Ted, Frankie, Larry?
It did, Jim.
Come on, Frankie. Put the car.
No, you guys first.
You get 14 inch. Really? Good, so yeah.
But just so then they're out there.
Called us, but he's got.
What are you calling us up?
then you're
I'm not ready.
Not ready. There's a car.
So he's busy over there.
There's a car.
Larry said, come on. Come on.
I just called your name.
That's Larry's fault.
It is.
Keys.
Oh my.
Insert.
I got both of those. Who wants a sticker?
I put him in at the last minute.
Ted running in. You got in something? We're in the qualifying.
Oh, that's right.
Sure. We'll take it. I didn't know. Did you want yours, Jim? All right.
You got those or we brought them?
I think I got it. I'll get a chance off. Not off.
To us.